doesn't come with instructions. Oh my god. Put these on. Hello, Kiwi, you wanna play the drums? Oh, Tripper. I'm overwhelmed. Okay,
Maya.
Click on like this. Oh my god. I don't need instructions. For the record, this is gonna be the hardest one to set up. Surely the keyboard will only need that. Losing my shit. Beetle! Alright. A desktop drum set. So, electronic keyboard. Oh god. I don't have a keyboard. Don't mess with my example. Some of you might not know why we have chickens here. I mean, it's an animal sanctuary. They're domestic animals. I'll tell you about how we got each of them. Can we go down there? The chickens are really cool ambassadors to teach people about how to use it perfectly for animals and to the environment. One of the things we talk about with chickens oh yeah, just gonna take that. The agriculture. If you're gonna eat meat at all, chicken is for something, so I always recommend people with less meat. In terms of animal welfare, you want to look for labels. Cameron's going to talk about labels to make sure that those chickens are treated well. The label that I always recommend is Certified Humane Pasture Raised. That's pretty much the only label that's out there on the market right now that really means what it sounds like it means. There's like cage-free, free range, and natural, and all that stuff. But those aren't really regulated terms, and they don't always mean what it sounds like. Battery. Yeah. What did I say? Not your instinct. Okay, we have three members of our group. Okay, the first one is Nugget. Nugget we got from and they get along. This is the chicken coop. Or chicken mansion if you will. This is their home.
We'll get to him if your heart's
Gonna be a good match. I can feel it in me stash.
My thought is put all of these things in there. Put mealworms on top of them, and then
This is your champion.
Just like the white window. Singing songs out there.
Introduction. This is Nugget.
Oh, how's the serenity? I always thought you were a few coldies short of a slap.
First blood, good thing it's not. Got some extra supplies.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Say
what? We're all inside this ring.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
She's amazing. Okay, we need to up the keyboard because it looks kind of like the
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Alright guys, this is an electronic keyboard. It's not hard enough to press the shoot. Stuff on the keyboard.
Materials, mates.
Flatline here.
Hang on a tick, I'm crafting. Got some materials. Sniper stock here. Level 3.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
Extended energy mag here. Level 2. Knife pack here. Level 2.
Care package.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big dings in that.
Extended energy mag here. Level 3. Lucky for you, I've got some extra supplies. Standard stock here. Level 2.
Wow.
Calling in a lifeline package.
Attention.
Okay, I actually
New kill leader out there. What a go-getter.
They may now be afraid of instruments. Guys, it's okay. I promise. It will happen. Here's what I'm thinking. I think it's time for them to truly debut as an act, as a call
Attention.
rehearsal,
There
and
is
to
a
set
new
up
kill leader.
and then put a bunch
New
of
kill leader.
songs
Go on, watch out.
in and move the mic over there. That's my plan. Alright, chicken. It's fine. It's not working.
Half the squad's are dust, and the rest are dust in waiting.
I need to come back.
Head that way, fellas. Drongo over there.
Let's explore
Lucky
this
man.
way.
Found there. Got to clown that away. Deploying me knuckle cluster. Serving him a knuckle sandwich. Reload. Here for the thermite.
I am pretty pleased with how this has gone so far. Did you guys pay to see this concert yet? Did you also like Siren's cameo? Good job. Well, guys, I hope you.
Round 2.
I hope you guys
Ring countdown.
watching the chickens make all that. How making things.
Come on, Richard. Say hello. Just give my shields a recharge.
Recharging me shields.
Got some materials here.
Stand back. Knuckle cluster's firing. Cover your station.
Shooting.
Shot at.
Don't worry. I would have gotten you either way.
Wow, that
Zigged or
was not
zagged.
good.
So I would gladly pay you $2 over the 7800 XT, and you know, I think that just makes sense. Now, yes, the 7800 XT has 4 more gigabytes of VRAM. We are talking 16 gigabytes of VRAM versus 8 gigabytes. Sorry, not 8. 12 gigabytes of VRAM on the 4070, and that 12 makes all the difference compared to the 8 gigabyte cards we were talking about earlier. 12 gigabytes of VRAM is enough in almost all situations right now to max games out at 1440. There's some cases where you're right on that borderline and you might spill over that that 12 gigabytes of VRAM. But if you turn down a setting or two or use DLSS, that also can reduce that. And in general, I think 12 gigabytes is a good amount for 1440p and a great amount for 1080p gaming for probably the next several years. That doesn't mean I'm guaranteeing you will max out literally every graphic setting in every single game.
Talking me a scene
Maybe not,
This
but
win
I
is
think
ours.
with realistic settings you can have anyway plus DLSS quality, I think that
Trust nature, then trust yourself.
Don't be fooled. I'm a man of science.
My $500 pick. You could keep your eye on 6800 XT versions, which occasionally get discounted. I am seeing $470 right now for 6800.
This is your champion.
Which for the most part is basically
I never say die.
almost
I
as
fight
fast
until
as
it
the 70
hurts.
XT.
I like that one.
It doesn't have the 80.
Good. I'm the jump master.
But I think the 4070 still makes the most sense in the price range. But if you can't quite go to 520, maybe that 800 XT might make a little bit more sense then. Now, if you go past this point, I really don't think there's very good value
Let's land here.
at all. That doesn't mean you can't buy there. You just don't feel good about pretty much any
Understood.
purchases. And I hope that Black Friday deals might change.
Enough lambing around. We drop him.
If you go past this price, you go up to the 47 which I am very much hoping will get replaced with the 47 Super or something like that. That from the 4070 Ti, launch at $800. You can find them for $770 right now. It's 12 gigabytes of VRAM. And like I said, I'm not too concerned about 12 gigabytes of VRAM right now, especially if you're below 4K resolution. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't any issues with it.
You and me now.
Paying almost $300 for a graphics card, it feels really bad to only get 12 gigabytes of VRAM for that price. So that is a concern with this. Also, this is a lot more money than a 4070 non-TI, considering how much the 4070 non-TI price has dropped. $520 versus $770. Yes, you do get more performance, but you don't get any more VRAM, and you pay a lot more money to get it. Now, the AMD competitor at this price point is the 7900X.
Just 10 seconds.
Lowest price model is about $740 right now, and my main problem with these is I still think they're kind of overpriced compared to cards like the 70 and 7800 XT. Now, the 7900 XT at least doesn't have the VRAM concern. It does offer 20 gigabytes of VRAM, which is absolutely plenty, shouldn't be any kind of issue. It offers a little bit more rasterized performance for a little bit less money than the 4070 Ti. But now we are at a performance tier where I think ray tracing can very much make sense, in which case the 47.
This is our chance to
will be
recover
at
our
least
mate.
as fast in light ray tracing workloads, or a lot faster in heavier ray tracing workloads. So it really makes me just feel not good about either of these GPUs. Like I said, we've already seen Prime Day bring the 7900 XT down as low as $699. And so if we see pricing like that around Black Friday, then it might be something that I could more comfortably recommend. That being said, if you have $800 budget to spend on your graphics card, then you don't always just have to buy something that is good value, because these cards are better than the 4070 and the 7800 XT. They're just not better, performance per dollar, if that makes sense. So if I had to pick a card around this, $700 to $800 price point between the 7900 XT and the 4070 Ti, I think if I was gaming at 4K, I might choose the 7900 XT, because at 4K
Here's my
resolution,
birthday
I really
present.
would rather have more than 12 gigabytes of RAM than the 7900 XT. Also at 4K resolution, because it is just more demanding on the GPUs, so I might be more likely to turn off or turn down ray tracing settings anyway, diminishing one of the NVIDIA advantages. And at 4K resolution, FSR doesn't get beaten as badly image quality-wise when you're using it, because you have a higher base pixel count. So if I was using like FSR 2 quality versus DLSS quality, at 4K resolution, I still think DLSS does a better job, but it's less noticeable than at the lower resolutions. So I think the NVIDIA advantages are diminished at that resolution, and so I might lean towards the 7900 XT at that price point. At that resolution at this price point. If I was buying for 1440p, in that case, I might be more likely to use ray tracing, and I'm less concerned about the 12 gigabytes of VRAM, although I'm still not real happy about it. In which case, I might lean a little more towards the 4070 Ti for that NVIDIA feature set. The upscaling I do think looks better at that resolution, and more noticeably so, and again, more likely to use ray tracing. Now, past this point, if we would move up to the RTX, actually the first GPU we would hit price-wise would be 7900 XTX. These are the lowest models, $950 right now. I've seen them lower, so I'm hoping these ones go on sale and become a more compelling value. The closest performance and price competitor here is the RTX 4080, where the cheapest models are about $1,060. That means it's only about a $1,100-ish price gap between the cheapest models. And
at least you didn't lose to the ring. I know a guy. I'll tell you the story sometime.
These GPUs perform very similarly.
What's this way?
Not ray tracing. Maybe a small advantage for the 7900 XTX. It's really very close. But when you are ray tracing, where again, especially if you're at 1440p resolution, I think 40 absolutely has ray tracing performance that you'd probably use, along with, I just think it makes sense, along with a better upscaler. I would definitely pay the extra, if you want to call it, at $1,000, $100 is only 10% price, right? You know what I mean? So I would definitely go with the 4080 over the 7900 XTX if they are within $100 of each other. So if you're at $1,000 plus or minus 50, I would definitely go plus 50 instead of minus 50 to get the extra feature set, ray tracing performance, better upscaler, frame generation that's available in more games, and at this point in time, a little bit more compatible with things like variable refresh rate and things like that. Just makes sense. Now, past this point, you're at the RTX 4090, which literally doubles the GPU price to $2,000 because of what I said at the beginning of the video. Prices on these have gone way up, which means that, it used to be the case that if you're already buying a 4080, you might consider stretching to that 4090. At this point, it's $2,000. It is significantly better than a 4080 and a 7900 XTX. It is the best GPU on the market. But with what's happening with pricing right now, I really just say, look, if your budget, like, you know, a lot of people's incomes are in very different places. Many people can comfortably spend $2,000 on a graphics card, and their only question is like, well, if it's not really noticeably better than a 4080, I'll save the $1,000, but like financially I can handle this just fine. I'm not going into debt. It's just like whatever. I have the money. I just don't want to waste it. Well, it is noticeably better than a 4080. It's literally double the price at current pricing. So,
Me ain't afraid of much, but losing, that would be a drag.
Which is its value.
I've got what you need, if you can afford it.
This experiment will sort out the capable from the incompetent.
Higher end of all of this, especially with cards like the 4070 Ti or the 4080. Like I said, order one of next year.
This is your champion.
Take care when you approach me. I'm in a class of my own.
And maybe more VRAM on the 4070 Super. So we'll go ahead and I'll have to wait to see that. To summarize today's video, if you're buying a lower price ranges, ray tracing is a bit less compelling, and AMD is generally offering more performance and sometimes.
This landing area will prove beneficial.
Where I think AMD makes a lot of sense with lower performance.
Uzel says, I props no less than you.
It is what it is.
Prepare for certain death.
He says,
I'm not good.
The target has landed on my.
Oh, no way, we dropped hot? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus.
To follow.
And a lot more performance than 4060, just a little bit more. At the $400-ish price range, $6,800 from AMD. Again, it's a little $100, and it offers 16 gigabytes of VRAM and a lot of performance. More performance but for significantly less money, and it has no you just lose out on the
Mozambique
so
here.
the 6800 is my
Peacekeeper
$400
here.
my $500 pick, we're finally getting into some NVIDIA recommendations. My $500 pick is the RTX 4070. These are performance 600 XT, but with more performance in ray tracing.
Got some extra supply.
Power efficiency, also anything from a value perspective.
Don't revive me. Too dangerous.
There's two right here. There's one here healing on my stuff. Oh, we're dead.
What you doing, mate? You're not here to shag spiders.
And I'm more likely to be using ray tracing and de-emphasize at lower resolutions does look more noticeable. Better. That brings us to the 4080 better graphics card than the 7900 XTX. And again, with plus or minus 50. Pay that. It does end up being $100 more, but I would pay that for the 4080 at that price point. Past this, you could buy a 4090 for $2,000. It's a really good graphics card. There's nothing else you could. But that's a lot of money. Anyway. Anyway, that's today's roundup. Definitely stay tuned for the channel for Black Friday updates. And again, take a look at the used market. Jawa.gg offering some great deals. And I hope all of you have an excellent day.
I think it's obvious that AI art is getting out of hand and has been out of hand for a very long time. As a person who grew up idolizing hand-drawn artists like Hayao Miyazaki, seeing art
the fucking power
taken away
connector.
by computers is devastating. On top of that, a lot of these AI art platforms are only able to make such amazing art because they were trained on real artists' work without their permission. For instance, dead-ass Michelangelo. You can now, with the push of a button, make your own art in the style of Michelangelo by just typing things in. My guy is rolling in his grave. I have to realize, though, that younger people today are growing up with this technology, so essentially, no matter how hard we try to tell them art is for humans, it will probably ring on deaf ears because humans love accessibility. More than anything, why would I work my entire life to become an amazing artist like Michelangelo when my Discord I can just do? Also, though, in my life experience, I've noticed how the older people get, the less likely they are to take advantage of the tools younger people are using. For instance, when I first started working as
Dude, show me the power.
as a 20-year-old and all the other hosts, like, you know,
Power.
a decade older than me or more, I always felt like there was a huge gap between us in terms of culture. I was a baby and they were the experience professionals. They were MySpace and I was Instagram. Back before Instagram became Facebook. So I made a vow back then that when I was their age, I would learn from younger people because I always want to win. Duh. So it's important to learn what AI is so we can have a better idea on how to regulate it, which I further do. And the thing is, we can regulate AI here in America, but somewhere like China, who doesn't have the same copyright rules as us, they're not going to regulate it the same way. President Obama was just on the verge actually explaining how he feels about AI and realizing he is one of the most AI voiced and deep fake people ever.
Hello. Yeah, how are you? Very nice to meet you.
Right, you ask a generative AI model to spit out Barack Obama's speech, and it will do it to some level of passability.
Yeah.
Probably C+. That's my estimation. C+.
It'd be one of my worst speeches, but it might sound.
You fire.
He says that because he was the first president in the smartphone age, he was the most photographed person ever at the time, and with the job, you kind of expected. He also said he believed there should be different rules for AI and someone who's a public figure than a regular citizen. So anyway, AI voiced Obama reacting to Ice Spice.
How can I lose when I'm already chosen? It reminded me of my 2008 election. How could I lose when the American people have chosen who they wanted me to be today? She got this music video with Nicki Minaj. They can't appreciate this is a recreation of Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. And she's saying, I'm bad like a barb. Yeah. And that really gets to me. I realized, I was like, bang, she is in her mood. I stay getting money and I know who I am. Best believe, I'm gonna act like a thing.
Young people know so much, I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy some of the crazy AI art I've seen lately. Crazy fan casting, the dark fantasy thing gets me every time. The incredibly inappropriate Pixar movies. Oh my gosh, I can't even show them because they're so bad. But hilarious. So, what you're gonna need to turn you and your friends into the Avengers or whatever is Midjourney. From the ones that I've looked at, Midjourney is the best and accessible AI art generators that I've found. So first, I told Midjourney to make a painting in the style of Michelangelo Steve Zaragoza from SourceFed as Captain America. When it came up, it sort of looked like Steve, but not really. Then when I told it to make images of Will Smith, it did Will Smith perfectly. So I told it to make Trisha Hirschberger Wonder Woman, and it sort of made stuff that looked like Trisha, but more like Gal Gadot. So I found this tutorial on YouTube where this guy explains you can add another program to Midjourney called Inside Face, where you can add your own image. Then I realized I had to basically give Midjourney a description of what the person looked like, and then just add their face. It's haunting and disturbing how easy this was. Personally, I hate this technology. This is not what the human artistic experience is supposed to be like, but we have to learn. So the mod one was probably the easiest. I told it to make a female version of Thor, and voila, the mod fits perfectly. Also, I think casting mod as Thor fits narratively. She would do a great job with the hammer. Oh, there's that one clip of her. I actually just realized that just now. I was not thinking of her until this, like, wow. So Steve thought that me casting him as Captain America wasn't his personality, and he suggested I make him Hulk, and he instantly regretted it and said he hated it. But when I posted this on Instagram, people were thirsting for Hulk Steve hard. Raina was difficult because I didn't know who to cast her as, so I just made her Black Widow. She was Jubilee for a second. Personally, I like these images, even if the background you can't really tell what's going on at all. And of course, making myself as Iron Man was a lot of fun. It took a lot of trial and error, but I even got myself an Iron Wife, so I love it. Personally, I wish that these AI image generators weren't this powerful. I don't like the technology. Is this stuff amazing? Seeing people's responses is crazy, but this is where it's at. It's that easy.
Ring security cameras have bestowed the internet with some of the most bizarre viral videos out there. From clips showing chaotic neighborhood activity to chilling nighttime visits by unknown figures, it's unbelievable what's being caught on these devices every day. While most Ring recordings are uploaded for the amusement of you and I online, there are some Ring videos that have far more serious implications. As on occasion, Ring footage has captured some rather disturbing crimes committed by society's most deranged. Crimes that have since been solved thanks to the videos themselves and the assistance of law enforcement and internet detectives. From a handcuffed victim escaping capture caught on camera, to burglars going undercover as delivery drivers, to a mass murderer's arrest caught in 4K on a Ring device, these are the Ring camera crimes. Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt, the debt relief experts. With the cost of living near all-time highs and interest rates spiking, it's becoming more common for folks to have problems with debt. And that's where PDS comes in. If you're dealing with a debt headache, PDS has customized solutions available for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, and medical bills. Behind on your monthly payments and running out of options? PDS is worth checking out. PDS can help you roll your various debt payments into one lower and more manageable monthly payment. Anyone with over $10,000 in eligible debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score to use PDS. Bad, poor, fair credit, all of it's accepted. So to sum it up, with PDS, you could potentially save thousands of dollars and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. PDS Debt is offering free debt analysis to my viewers just for completing a quick and easy debt assessment. You guys can go to www.pdsdebt.com/wavy to do so. That's pdsdebt.com/wavy. Our next story details the case of nightmare neighbor Dominic Austin. A man who was arrested after extremely disturbing threats issued by him were caught on Ring. 19-year-old Dominic Austin had apparently been making an Oregon apartment complex a living hell for the local tenants. Dominic, also a tenant in the apartment complex, went on a complete rampage in the summer of
It's only over when it's over.
I'm looking to make a bit of a scene.
with a knife and obvious threats to the tenants inside.
Whose manhood do I kick to get a bloody drink round here?
The victims of this story knew Brittany Smith and her elderly mother had been some of the prime subjects.
Introducing your champion.
I saw this coming.
From this guy beginning in June of 2023. Dominic's crazed visits would feature an assortment of vulgarities and slurs. At one point, the man even threatened to sexually assault and kill them.
There's a prime spot for mayhem. How's the serenity?
As a result of this and other incidents, Brittany contacted authorities in the Portland state. After alerting authorities, they filed for a restraining order against Austin. But even with a legal order protecting her, the man's feelings didn't even pay. Austin was continuing his unhinged visits to the Brittany field, engaging in menacing and brutal harassment, violating the stalking order 10 separate times. Each of Austin's cantankerous and horrifically bitter tantrums were observed by a Ring camera and were reported to police each time. These bizarre and disturbing behavior. Finally, in September of 2023, Austin was notified by the Landington Morrison Apartments, the location that all of this harassment had been taking place at, that he was being thrown out of the complex. And what do you think
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
He just turned up his harassment even more, feeling as if they had gone through every option legally and with law enforcement.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Had no other choice but to upload the Ring videos of this disturbed man online.
Things near, cuzzy. Got a minute before she closes.
And urged local authorities to actually do something about the man. And after public pressure, law enforcement in the area would finally step in. Dominic Austin was arrested on September 20th,
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
and given
Rings
10
close and
charges
closing in
related to
45.
violating a
It's moving
possession
time.
order and 1 count of menacing, which is a felony. Upon his arrest, it was revealed that the man had another stalking order filed against him on August
Head that way,
23rd,
fellas.
which was obviously violated as
Rings
well.
near
In
as
the
and
wake
one
of the
close
social
in the
media
field.
support,
Big
Blue
ups,
Brittany
team.
will post a GoFundMe in which she asked for money to get her mother out of the complex and into another residence. And within a day, she was able to raise $10,000 for this cause. She also retained an attorney, citing that the apartment complex failed to protect their tenants and continuously allowed a pattern of
10
abuse
seconds,
from
the ring's just ahead.
I was failed by the system and the landings at the Morrison. I don't feel safe because he's in jail today. I don't know what tomorrow is going to be. He could be released at any time. Then what happens next? On social media, the local police are also accused of negligence.
Listen up, fellas. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side of it.
So we're aware of the terrible conduct of the suspect in this case, including statements that indicate the motivation for the crime is hate or bias. We share in our community's concern and appreciate the unique impact bias crimes in particular have on victims.
Clown
Although
there.
the suspect
Black
has been
TV.
arrested and is currently in custody, the investigation is continuing. We are working with the district attorney's office to ensure the suspect is charged
Yeah,
with the
keen as a
appropriate
bean.
crime.
Right
And
down
as I
enemy
said,
shield.
Austin was further indicted by a grand jury on
package
3 counts of attempted burglary in the first degree.
Check
4
it
counts
out.
of
Care
unlawful
package
use of
coming
a
in.
weapon,
Just
13
down
counts
there.
of menacing, 3 counts of biased crime in the second degree,
Reloaded.
and 6 counts of violating a court stalking protective order. As a result of this incident, Dominic Austin was jailed at the
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
Being shot at. Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Another squad. Up now. Change posse to here.
An unsettling event was captured on camera by a Ring Home security device in Las Vegas, Nevada. It was an event that had the lone woman inside the home fearing for her life on the internet the man responsible for the scare. This is the story.
Being shot at. Stirring it up. Reloaded. Unleashing my
Gonna
ring.
need to carry more bandages round the whole water.
Approximately 8:19 p.m., a tall bearded man on camera approaching the door of
You know it just us. We got to watch each other's back. New kill leader, eyes out for him.
Alerting the lone female occupant of the residence who is pregnant.
I'm spotted. Taking fire. Broke their shield now. Enemy down. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Joker over there.
Shield now. Enemy down.
First, the longer the footage
I'm down. Revive me later. Ain't safe now.
might have been high on drugs.
Every scar tells a story, mate.
Investigates, and after confirming that she doesn't
Stand by me.
she does her best to ignore the man, hoping they'll
Move here.
This way, let's go.
While seemingly pleasant and cordial at first, the longer the
Let's explore this way.
as his demeanor and speech suggested that he might have been high on drugs or just went outright crazy.
Are you sure? I just rang the doorbell because I have a couple questions. Are you sure? I just rang the doorbell because I have a couple questions.
And the man continues to repeat the phrase, "Are you sure?" over and over again in this really creepy way.
Are you sure? I just rang the doorbell because I have a couple questions. Are you sure? What? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Around this time, likely panicked by this persistent creep at her front door, the woman inside the home had apparently contacted her husband. Unfortunately, this man was at work during the time of this horrific visit, but that being said, he would hop on the Ring camera audio feed himself and attempt to dismiss the deranged visitor. And his attempt at doing so would cause this stranger to reveal the truly horrific intentions that he had for visiting this house.
So how are you? What? Yeah? Are you sure? Who are you? I just had a couple questions. I just want to ask about yeah, can you hear me? What I'm looking for is the girl that's in the house because I'm an answering.
Yeah, I don't think this guy could have been any more clear in regard to why he was there. Thankfully, though, after this chilling confession, the unhinged lunatic abruptly walks away from the door and leaves the property, all while repeating his signature "Are you sure?" mantra. This harrowing Ring camera footage was later uploaded to Facebook by the family, and it would go viral, unsurprisingly, due to its shocking content. National media would also discover the video and upload it to their respective channels, urging the public to help identify and report the man to authorities.
Remember, bloodshed is bloodshed.
Ain't afraid of much but losing. That would be a drag.
And the public's concern is certainly warranted in this situation. I mean, you heard what his intentions were for visiting that house. Hell, if he goes to another house and there's
Introducing
doors
your
unlocked or
champion.
something, it's over. This dude needed to be
You
taken
think
off
you're
the
tough?
streets and fed.
Try fighting in
Some
6-inch
locals would even come
heels.
forward claiming that they had a similar
I'm the jump master. AJ Shea, lead them the way.
which certainly insinuated that he had a serial habit of perpetrating this behavior.
Let's land
With
here.
many in the Vegas community remaining
Yeah,
vigilant for this
keen as a
man,
bee.
he was eventually being caught by authorities. About a week after the 6th Street incident, this individual was identified as 40-year-old Christopher Sung, a California resident who had been visiting Las Vegas for an unspecified purpose.
Get ready, moving up.
Now you will understand why you fear the dark. Yes.
Make a beeline to your cousins.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
To become fit for trial. A process that can unfortunately take a great deal of time. Once Christopher Sums is ruled competent to stand trial, he will face justice.
Rings there, closing in 60. Plenty of time for mischief.
The man has yet to go to trial. Whatever the result of this case is, it's certainly good that this individual is off the street for the time being.
45 seconds. Rings nearby.
What few of you likely remember in the wake of mass murderer Daryl Brooks's criminal trial is the fact that his arrest was actually captured on Ring camera footage because he was arrested in front of some random guy's house trying to order
30 seconds, rings close.
Daryl Brooks's last visit. I'm a grown man with grown kids, so nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody.
Back here.
He just got right now. This man right now is having a stare down with me. Very disrespectful. He pounded his fist frankly. It makes me scared.
For those of you unaware, Daryl Brooks is a mass killer that drove a vehicle through a Christmas parade in Wacosta, Wisconsin. And while he has an expansive criminal history, I won't bore you with those details as it could take an entire video to explain.
Rings moving.
Laser sight here. And his fateful arrest in front of a ring camera. On November 21st of 2021, Daryl Brooks reportedly got into a domestic dispute that resulted in police being called to the scene. Apparently, before police arrived to this location, Daryl Brooks would hop in his red 2010 Ford Escape SUV and flee the scene before they could arrive. While he was escaping the police presence, Daryl Brooks found himself near the Waukesha Christmas parade. At around 4:39 p.m., 39-year-old Daryl Brooks arrived at the location of the parade and decided that in his haste it was appropriate to smash through the attendees of this parade to get where he needed to go fast. The parade itself was live streamed and many captured his rampage on footage. Mr. Brooks barreled his vehicle through the crowd. There were a total of 6 fatalities, including an 8-year-old child. 62 other individuals were injured as a result of this sadistic catastrophe. Daryl Brooks would eventually escape the area, and at some point his vehicle would become disabled and he went on foot. It would be at this time that Daryl Brooks would walk up to the resident and press the ring camera device. The footage of this incident showcases the wanted murderer approaching the front door and begging the resident to call him an Uber.
Can't escape.
Extended energy mag here. Level 2.
This homeowner would actually even let Daryl come inside to charge his phone and even reportedly gave him a sandwich. However, after some time he started noticing police cars going up and down the road and got nervous and suspected that perhaps Daryl was a wanted man and told him to get the fuck out of the house. Surprisingly, Daryl would agree to do so. After the homeowner walked Daryl out to his front yard, a neighbor asked if the police were looking for the guy, and moments later, after Daryl was forced outside the home, that's when police would identify him and he was swarmed and arrested.
Here's your birthday present.
Captured on some random guy's
Rolling that way.
Over here. Got a mobile respawn beacon.
No escape. Find me a barrel.
There's no sense of me going through the batshit insanity that was Daryl Brooks' crime. I'm sure many of you are aware of some of the highlights from this thing. On October 26th of 2022, Daryl Brooks was eventually found guilty of 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. The man was sentenced to serve 6 life sentences without the chance of parole. I found it rather prudent to include the Daryl Brooks arrest in this video because, as far as I'm concerned, this is the only time the arrest of a mass murderer has been captured by a legal device.
Embrace the shadows.
It likely come to no surprise to you viewers that what some on the internet have labeled as a crazy
Reloading! Wrecking balls rolling. Always knew I had the biggest balls around here.
Karen caught on ring camera
Tucked up,
harassing a
boys.
Hispanic family with
Throwing a
racist
thermite.
visits. In St. Louis,
Being shot at.
for over a year,
No one hides from my drill.
the door of the Suarez family, repeatedly visiting them, allegedly stealing their mail, hurling slurs and insults, and taking threats towards the Hispanic family. A ring camera recording taken on January 5th of 2022 would
Big's shooting at me.
capture his
Reloading. Ah! I'm down.
Down one. Recharging shields.
Yeah, it's my home. American citizen and...
Taking fire. They call that a kill leader.
Reloaded.
Aggravated burglary and
Next ring's far.
property damage.
On your feet. Lifelines got your back. Come on, sail.
There's 2 up, there's 2 up, there's 2 up.
Hostile close.
There's 3 up. There's 3 up.
Enemy wasting bandages on themselves here. Contact with hostile.
He's shooting at me. That egg shield is cracked. Sure, tearing through.
Similar to the case of Donald Dominic Austin, the police and the court system were failing this family. So Fatima Suarez, one of the residents of this household, would turn to social media for help. Fatima Suarez would post videos showcasing Judy's visits to their home on TikTok. And this insane footage would go viral. With pressure mounted from social media, police would then take the matter more seriously. And thankfully, Judy would be given some charges that stuck. Judy was hit with first-degree burglary, first-degree property damage, and unlawful use of a weapon. She was then taken to a mental facility for psychiatric treatment. The Suarez family would go on to get an order of protection to keep the woman from ever returning to their property. This protection order is valid through February 14th of 2024 and establishes that Judy Klein cannot be within 300 feet of the Suarez household. In addition to the crimes mentioned previously, Judy would also later be indicted in a civil rights hate crime suit for interference with the right to fair housing on May 10th of 2023. This case is still ongoing. This next story involves a chilling Ring camera video that was captured in the middle of the night, showcasing an apparently escaped woman in handcuffs pleading for help. At a Montgomery County, Texas home in 2018, a woman seemingly manifests from the night, running to the door of Jenny Drude's home at about 3:20 in the morning. While homeowner Jenny was asleep at the time, her Ring camera captured the encounter. This frantic visitor appeared to be wearing some sort of handcuff-like restraints around her wrists. This, when combined with her frightened demeanor, it appeared as if she had just escaped a kidnapping or was perhaps a sex trafficking victim that had gotten loose. The woman looked completely terrified. She was also barefoot and apparently had no pants on. Looked like she had just gotten out of a pretty dire situation, to say the least. After ringing Jenny's doorbell, the visitor's eyes darted towards the street as if she was concerned that she was being followed. And after a short time, realizing that the homeowner wasn't going to answer the door, she vanished back into the night. A little bit later, another resident of the home would answer the door, but this mysterious visitor had completely disappeared and was nowhere to be found. In the morning, after waking up, Jenny reviewed the footage and was stricken with fear and regret that she wasn't awake to help the woman out. But she still wanted to do the best she could after the fact to figure out what happened. Wanting to help this poor woman, Jenny talked to a few of her friends as well as some of her neighbors, and after consulting with these individuals, a decision was made to post the Ring camera footage online for a awareness. And due to the bizarre and unsettling nature of this footage, it would go absolutely viral, getting millions of views in a matter of days. Local Texas authorities also started to look into the case and search for clues as to who this woman could possibly be and who or what exactly she was running from. Early efforts from law enforcement
I keep my squad mates insulated.
The story were fruitless. Meanwhile, online, thousands of internet sleuths would take a crack at
Ready to go.
True mastery can't be programmed.
There was even a Facebook group made called Sunrise Ranch Mystery Girl, and it was just people speculating on what was
This is your champion.
A large bulk of these theories that Jenny is referring to are individuals online who believe that this mysterious woman was an escaped sex trafficking victim who had escaped capture and was arrested. Eventually, though, some leads would come in, and the mystery of what
That location interests me.
And that's because, the woman herself is on board. Several days after Jenny's footage was posted to the internet, law enforcement authorities were actually contacted by a woman identified as Lauren. And turns out this Lauren girl was the woman in the Ring camera footage. Lauren would explain to police that the individual who was running from was her then boyfriend, 29-year-old the man had placed her in bondage cuffs. After speaking with Lauren, the police determined that she had when they learned of this, the cops would make an attempt to find
Extra
and arrest
supply.
her. They told the residents that both Lauren and Neil Klein lived at, but it appeared the man was innocent. That's when Lauren came forward as the Ring camera girl. The fate of this man would be revealed, though, in short time. As days later, at another residence,
Lauren's
First kill is
boyfriend,
out.
49-year-old
Check it. Got
found
some
dead.
materials for us.
Gunshot wound and an apparent suicide. So the mystery had been solved. Folks online rejoiced when they discovered that Lauren was innocent, but curiously, the woman herself has somewhat of a
I'm under fire.
view of
I shattered an enemy's shield.
even going on
Tossing a
record in
grenade.
media.
I have caught them.
Enemy shield is broken. Defensive position.
I know
Anyone
YouTubers
passes through
gain
here?
love.
We'll know.
People would like to paint Dennis or myself as entirely good or entirely
Reach up.
evil.
Target
Life is
close.
art. Every human has both of these inside. It's important to note that Dennis Ray Collins had a prior history of sexual assault. The man pleaded guilty to sexually abusing a woman in the year 2000.
Target over there.
Anyone
passes through here? We'll know.
The internet. That was the story of the handcuffed woman.
Say right. We're all inside this ring.
With Jeff Rushmore.
Open supply bin over there.
Take the title from them.
Sometime later, the officer introduces himself as Jeff Rushmore, an investigator for the Winfield Police Department.
I'm in trouble. You firing. Reloading. Help run if you need.
The young detective then tells
Just
Frank
topping off
that
my
somebody
shields.
had gone missing in the neighborhood and he was investigating the case.
The enemy is moving in.
It's important to note that this detective makes no effort
I'm
to
under
come
fire.
into the house or
Defense
nor
is
does he
complete.
make any sort of
Shields are
overt threat.
depleted.
It just appears
Recharging.
that, unofficial legit business.
I'm in trouble.
It seemed like he was genuinely trying to solve a crime. Turns out this wasn't the
Healing.
only house that the
Reloading.
youthful investigator approached, as he also tried knocking on
Recharging my
another door
shields.
in the neighborhood, however nobody came to answer.
Taking a moment to heal up.
Repairing damages. Recharging shields.
Let's go. That way.
Age aside, though, ring camera footage capturing Agent Rushmore certainly portrayed him as a legit detective.
Check it. Got some materials for us.
That he would flash to cameras as he visited. He also had some sort of walkie-talkie police scanner device that continuously was spouting out police scanner chatter, which added to the legitimacy of his presence, I guess. And when this agent went to
Come and get your birthday present.
door, he would take out his cell phone and relay to his appearances at the home. Turns out there were other
EMP coming through. Watch it.
Frank
I got some hits on me.
off about this guy. He was just too young. People began reporting this youthful detective to the Wheaton Police Department, and they started their own investigation. Police were getting
Front door here.
and strangely found that the young man
Just topping off my shield.
more trying to influence the residents than you might expect. It almost seemed like he was taking role playing for his own amusement. Police would confirm that there was certainly no Agent Rushmore, but they also didn't really notice anything overtly concerning outside of the fact that he was an impersonator and he essentially was trying to burgle people. Regardless, they wanted him to stop. The police had authored this tweet urging the public to be on the lookout for Rushmore. Wheaton police are investigating reports of this individual impersonating a police officer/detective on June 3rd and 4th. These images show the suspect Wheaton police are shooting, a white male in his 20s displaying a badge. Anyone with info should call Lieutenant Cooley. Here are an actual Wheaton police detective and a Wheaton police star for reference. Wheaton police officers/detectives
I'm in
will
trouble.
always
I've
identify
broken
themselves
enemy
by
shield.
uniform or credentials. Residents may call the police
down.
department
Frag
to
out.
verify an officer's
Enemy is
identity.
here.
Throwing frag.
After a tip, police
Our
would
squad fell.
and make an
Avenge
arrest.
them.
It turns out this was actually something of a conspiracy, and there were many
New
people
kill leader. Go on,
involved
watch
in
out.
those activities. Update. 12:55 p.m. on June 6th of 2019, Wheaton Police Department has 3 suspects in custody,
Healing.
including the individual who was approaching homes and impersonating an officer.
The investigation continues as a fourth person may have been involved. Charges will be announced shortly, and we will update at that time. Turns out Agent Rushmore had a lot of help. Investigator Jeff Rushmore was actually 19-year-old Thomas Posey, and he was arrested alongside 19-year-old Luke Halstead, 19-year-old Corey Abendroth, and 22-year-old Torn Down. All were arrested and charged with false imprisonment. As mentioned previously, Thomas Posey was the one responsible for
Another squad is on us.
The role of the other three individuals was to perform surveillance from the getaway vehicle that was parked immediately outside.
Recharging shield.
What's curious about this case is that it never been stated that these men attempted to burgle the homes they visited under the ruse of being detectives. And so I almost feel like these guys were just really stupid and thought it was fun to role play as detectives. The apparent ringleader of the operation, Thomas Posey, his bail was set at $35,000. His accused henchmen had lower bonds. This case has since been closed, and I'm unable to ascertain the specific punishments that these boys received. A disturbing footnote to the story is that in October of 2023, now 23-year-old Thomas Posey has reportedly been arrested for sexually abusing a 15-year-old girl. A man was charged with third-degree sexual abuse, which is a Class C felony.
Don't worry, I got a squad mate's banner.
And held on a $10,000 bond.
Listen up, the ring be closing in 1 minute.
You would be wise to follow.
Our next story details the curious case of Tracy Lynn Allen, a woman who went door to door claiming she was a member of the
That fellow. 45 seconds. Reach the ring in that time.
Here's your birthday present. Evo shield here, level 2.
And speak with families that answer. One family that was visited by Tracy said that they spotted a
We'll be well positioned there. Enemy tomorrow.
Listen up, the ring's moving.
Tracy's bizarre visits would often show her holding a cell phone like she was recording some conversation. One neighbor said
Hostile right here.
strange. She had her phone out too, like she was ready to record something. It just felt weird. It's creepy to the extent someone would go. Tracy Allen's suspicious activity would be reported to police, and they would track her down and make an arrest. The woman was arrested and booked for the felony charge of impersonating a public official or employee, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and criminal trespass. The woman was booked in Cobb County Adult Detention Center with a bond just under $3,000. Records indicate that she is currently still in confinement. With these charges, in my opinion, it proves that after police under the premise of her being something crazy, but I can't confirm this, but that's just what it sounds like. But that was the story of Tracy Lynn Allen, who saved the CBI investigator.
Opening fire. I shattered an enemy shield. Reloading.
Setting myself up. New kill leader. Eyes out for.
Fire.
Health drawn if you need it. Just a scrape. 1 second.
37-year-old man certainly had that thought that he was carrying a firearm. However, when he tried to execute
Target close.
Round 3. Beginning.
Stretching my suit off a bit.
on the doorstep, Otero looked stunned and would beeline back to his vehicle and get the hell out of Dodge. This clip would go viral. Despite the man's attempt to stay there,
These guys are too, bro.
cross-examining the tapes from the video and using social
Got a
media,
replicator coming down.
Javier Otero was the individual responsible. Officers would later track him down.
Red Shadows says,
1 minute till
until
ring
top
close.
5.
On April 14th of 2023, Javier was arrested and booked in jail. During their investigation of Javier, they discovered that the man had plans for a second home invasion attempt that was to be perpetrated in Manchester.
45 until ring close. It's near. Easy.
Rob the residents of this property. Officers then discovered that Javier had an accomplice, 26-year-old John Carrasquillo Torres. This man was arrested as well. On top of all this, police would perform a
30
search of
seconds.
Javier's home where they found 1.1 kilos of fentanyl as well as paraphernalia that was commonly used to produce drugs. Both suspects were held on a $250,000 bond.
Here's my birthday present.
Some have described the individual in this next story to be worst neighbor. The story of Stephen Grove. Neighbors can be quite the hassle, especially the paranoid and neurotic ones. One suspicious appearance of Stephen Grove was under the delusion that the ring camera installed by his neighbors outside their door in the communal breezeway was being used to spy on them. The residents that set up this ring camera, a woman named Victoria and a woman's uncle, were doing no such activity. But this wouldn't stop Stephen Grove from making repeated visits to the camera to sabotage it. Many of these visits being caught by the ring camera itself. Stephen Grove was not only guilty of tampering with the ring devices, he also sabotaged caregivers that were helping Victoria's uncle. Victoria's uncle suffered from Parkinson's, and as a result of this, the caregiver would sometimes visit her while she was by medicine. It's been reported that Grove once locked the caregiver out of the communal alleyway that was used to
Round 4, beginning ring countdown.
Involving Stephen Groves cutting the ring camera's wires with a set of pliers would result in him having to go to court, pleading guilty to criminal damages, and he was handed a conditional discharge in August of 2021. And after this first bout of legal trouble, when Stephen was released, he would just continue getting in more shit with the neighbors, sabotaging their ring devices and causing havoc. At one point, Steve would take a hammer to a ring camera.
Rings close. Only 1 minute to go.
Cameras with markers and pins. One video shows the man getting a bit of instant karma when a sabotage attempt results in a door hitting him on the back.
45 until ring close. It's near. Easy. Seconds till close. Ricky.
Pathetic things I've done because of that camera. I acted like an idiot because they are breaching my fundamental rights. The paranoid neighbor was ordered to pay £100 to each victim, issued a 2-year restraining
Just 10 seconds.
order, a 12-week electronic curfew.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Enough. He says, quote,
Fire me up, go. Just a scared. 1 second. Recharging my
I may win this thing today. Keep rooting for me.
Maybe some good can come out of it. And she was right about this punishment not being enough because Stephen would continue his activity. Several months later, the man would issue threats against the family, with Groves threatening to, quote, cut off the caregivers that visited the house. Groves even allegedly told one carer that he would, quote, chop her up and put her in the fucking bin. Because of the man's behavior, caregivers were afraid to visit the property, which resulted in Victoria's uncle sometimes going without care. The situation surrounding Stephen Groves and Victoria's family is still somewhat ongoing, and I wouldn't be surprised if more ring camera footage of this guy winds up on the internet. This story involves one of the most horrifying burglaries ever caught on ring camera surveillance. The story of Christopher Sargent. In this terrifying video, recorded on the night of May 1st of 2020, a British man in Upminster, East London, England, by the name of Christopher Sargent, did something that Javier Otero couldn't get away with. Christopher Sargent pretended to be a delivery driver, but he actually got access to the house. Christopher Sargent was masquerading as a delivery driver, even taking a photo of the package that he was supposedly delivering when suddenly he breaks the act and barges into the home that he's at. Several accomplices file in behind him, and you can hear a woman screaming in the background. During this act, he was shot in the shoulder by one of the robbers. Now realizing that they were dealing with some deadly criminals, the mother quickly gave them all the jewelry that she had, and after getting the valuable possessions, the men ran out of the house with about 20,000 pounds of jewelry and other valuables. Shortly after, authorities and medics arrived, and the boy was taken to the hospital. He was placed into an induced coma while the rest of the family turned on the street. During the investigation of this crime, detectives at the Met Specialist Crime Command were able to trace the license plate and mobile.
Wanna fly? Dock me a
I'm a
second
great wingman.
This win is ours.
Thankfully, the boy that was shot managed to survive, and all three men were later arrested and charged.
All aboard the off train.
Was also found guilty of robbery and was sentenced to serve 20 years behind bars. Anthony Lasselis, also charged with robbery, was sentenced to serve.
Introducing your champion.
And well, you made it to the end. Those were the ring camera arrests. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below.
Shit's wild.
Take care when you approach
I'm
me.
the jump master.
I'm in
No
a class
straying
of my
now.
own.
I was like, you know what? It is what it is. I think I'm coming. Hey, it's different. Anime reach. Anime reach. What's that mean? Yeah, it's my name is Spirit, and I'm gonna get y'all out and grind it. And Sharon's even
Enough lambing around. We dropping. First blood. Good thing it's not us.
off that barrel and put it in here. Each time you pick up your point.
Rings close, we've still got a minute.
And then you come back. You're going zigzag, grabbing whatever you have. No sudden movement, as she said, and kind of like that. Seriously, just do it carefully. And then you make it back to the gate with the basket. We'll try
45 seconds. Or we could just walk it.
Of course, we can see a good example.
I've never ridden a horse, but I've played a lot of video games. I think I got that.
You're riding horses.
Give me next man.
Rings around the corner and we've got 30 seconds.
You gonna ride horses in the Kirby?
Yeah, I don't know where I throw these away as soon as I get home.
Got time. We should cruise over there. There's a clueless guy. Oh Lord, someone wandered into our city. We're not alone, squad. Gotta wait. Archer out. Power. North Star.
Reloading.
Reloading. New kill leader. But they haven't won yet.
Charging on my shield.
That rad. He speaks English. You can't have a good one.
Crack the random
rat knows its place.
They're so much larger and it looks like my mountain in World of Warcraft. They made these in World of Warcraft and now they're in real life. Isn't that crazy, Finn?
Wait, hold the
Wait, so it's okay that I'm wearing these?
Yeah,
Okay, well, I didn't know if they would like fall off. We might. Okay. Okay. Holy crap! Like, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, like this shit. Yeah. Okay. Cool, great, okay. You're so good. Yeah, oh my god. Are you having fun? Yeah, I think so. Having fun for like a little bit of like fear. Yeah, that's about right. We're gonna go for that one. First one.
Lead with them. Fucking use the range.
Am I allowed to go back? I guess not, huh? That'd be cheating.
No, if they didn't make a rule against it.
Okay, we got 2. That's 50%. That's pretty good. Too bad. Oh. Oh. It was nice and slow. Did you go through a really fast for me?
Oh yeah.
You got 2 punches, right?
I'm getting nervous.
I got 2.
Okay, you got 2 points. I'll write that down.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
thought
keep
it
reps.
was
Oh, we did cross the one up that when we realized that we just didn't reach it because we didn't get the height.
Yeah.
So I feel kind of bad because so maybe in the end you can get an extra run but over 1 barrel.
Okay.
Except if you can reach it.
My short ass arms.
Okay. I'm gonna write down how many points you got and now it's Peach's turn. Let's do your move.
Oh, what?
Alright. Oh god almighty, I'm not a religious woman, but I'm feeling it right now. Oh, Jesus.
Well done.
Thank you. This one looks like Spirit. And that was my thing growing up. I love Spirit sounding. Oh my god, wait, I've always wanted to be a horse girl. Like whenever Black Beauty came out, I would just act like a horse all day, and I would neigh, and then my dad would get really freaked out. Oh. Do you want to comment? They were asking. No, I'm a cowgirl now. I feel it in my bones. Okay, cool. I can see what we got to do. Mom is watching. Eddie, I need to answer now. I'm doing stuff. Eddie. Oh my god! Well, what do we do? And now I need to. No. That's fine. I think it's come real close. If I get it up and like go, we can do it. 80-10. Just what you think.
Let's make those
Come
drop
on,
kicks
we've got
crap
work
their
to do.
jacks.
Conduct the experiment. Or become it.
This is your champion.
This one goes out to all the fine folks back home. Salvo, how you bloody doing tonight?
Good, I'm the jump master.
There we go. I lost. No, I lost. That's unfair. Okay. See, I didn't cheat, and that's called honesty, which is what cowboys have. My name's Peach Jar. If you see anybody else cheating,
Get ready, moving on.
Target spotted. Enemy spotted. I have a subject in view.
Ready? Money out. Enemy landed. We're inside the ring.
Wait, MC, ready? Spawn.
Attention, the champion has been
And
eliminated.
the call of the game, I think.
All things die. Even champions.
Yeah. If you want to win, follow me. If you want to lose, fine. I do minimum.
There's a new kill leader. Just another insect, if you ask me.
That was a mistake. I thought I was supposed to have a carrot and like. I do.
I thought you played Night Elf or something.
I've never had a horse now. Actually, no, I used to have a horse. Alright. Alright. My middle school's mascot was a Mustang, so I should be a national. I'm kidding. Don't know how to go forward.
Christy Call says, thank God I have Viber 10 on my team.
Dying outside the ring would be pointless.
Back it up. Alright. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm riding a horse. Whatever. Not a big deal.
R99 here. Car SMG here.
You can protect me. Alright, ready? 4 and a 4. 87.
There is a ring console here.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Those care packages likely shift the Delta in our favor. I can use that.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Like the blood. Good job, Eddie. That's perfect. What happened? That was pretty fun. I love that. Thank you, Tracy. So what do I do with this? I turn it in? Points?
You got 5.
I got 5.
I didn't even know it was 5, but apparently it is now. Yeah, you got 4. You got 4. One was there. I should make it out of 5 now. So you're
So I
right.
got 5. I'm glad I got that extra one, and I kept it. Excellent. Alright, who's next? Alright, so here you go.
Oh, I have to put the backpack?
Yep.
Oh, Jack.
It's easy, it's strapped.
Okay.
Cozy.
Oh, that's a little too close to that. Sorry. Oh, this is so cool! Wow! Do I look cool at least doing it? Professional.
Shield battery
we're not. We need a team for this, but not
That's mine.
Extended light mag here.
I might be
Level 2.
Like, I think I'm really too close. Listen, can I take my leg out of the thing? Yeah. Oh my god, you're not.
Helmet here. Level 2.
I will take that.
Excuse me, Eddie. Hello? 1-800 Eddie. Hey, excuse me, Eddie. Eddie? What? Now just do a little more. Eddie.
I suggest we... Never mind.
Here.
Replicator right here.
Okay, look down there.
Subject spotted. Scrappy DP says, I'm temporarily bugs here.
Replicator on its way.
Subject damaged. Let's regroup here, you rascals. Reloading.
More. Okay. So it's already basic. Right, but now it's... There you go. You gotta round up. Round up. Yeah, I fucked that up. Ready, Gabbo?
Yes. I've done a little riding, so pretty comfy.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Eyes out for him.
The ring retracts in 1 minute. I suggest we analyze those grounds. Ring's fine, closing in 45. Last one in on you. Move their team.
Let's go.
Ring will be closing in 30, but she's fine.
I'm not gonna lie about that. Yeah, but I was going faster. I'm not a pussy. Well, I'm better at riding. Yeah, I'm better at riding. Pumpkins suck.
We're close to the ring. That's the clown there. Lucky me. Firing.
I'm spotted. Taking fire. Fast, madame. Just a second. 1 second. I'm done. Let's pass that spotted.
Broke that enemy shield.
We have lost one.
creatures likely shift the delta in our favor. Adding another gas trap.
It's like basketball. The ball doesn't stay in the basket.
Oh.
Recharging my shields.
Leaving a gas trap behind.
Go on now, say hello.
There you go. Okay. Stay right here. No.
Hang on, I'm crafting. Help drone if you need it. Don't worry, I got a squad.
Turret getting shot at. Firing. I have a subject in view.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Got a replicator coming down.
Ugh. I'll need to do some cleansing after that.
Alright.
I had a third and then it tipped out. I said if you count Will that fell out, count mine if not. Emily Diot. Emily Diot. Female.
Care package being delivered.
Back in the fight, fellas.
Just a scratch. 1 second.
I'm down. You'll be right. Ah, Struth, I'm down.
Oh, that's right.
Thanks. Enjoy it.
Thanks. I'm
Got
good.
it. No, it's a lot of fun. It's easy.
You are actually good at everything.
No.
Oh my god, is my timing gonna break? I heard that like when you horseback ride, your timing can break. Sorry. I'm being serious. I mean, not for me. Oh yeah. No, I'm actually being serious. It's like real fast. Whoa! I almost fell off. I almost fell off, my god. Kinda easy, not gonna lie.
Ain't nothing better than waiting. Except for bloody everything else.
This won't take a second.
Now romp with me. I'm ready for a match.
I love her. You know what? You got a good eye, because this little girl loves to eat a lot. So her massacre are ginormous. Hell yeah.
Introducing your champion.
Let old man Fusey show you ankle biters how we did it back in the day.
I'm the jump master. Follow me.
Yeah, at least I watched on this video, that's all. Good, okay? More. How many horsepower?
Your mind should be as sharp as your blade. It's clear you lack both.
Enough lambing around. Let's explore that way.
Rings close. Got a minute.
First blood.
First blood. Game bloody on, fellas.
Champion eliminated.
Rings close. 45 seconds on the clock. Today's coming up aces. Champion's gone. Guess they'll give the title to any old joker.
Go and check it. Got some materials for us. 30 seconds. Rings close. Got some materials here.
Alright, we're going. Yeah, one. Oh, three, right?
10 seconds and the ring's close.
Check it. Got some materials for us.
Quick ring update for you. We ain't in it.
I'd say the guy in the
Back here.
because he started out as a little low baller.
Hands off, that's a
and
pretty
he
Fusey.
grew, you know, quickly. Oh, hell yeah, so he's the winner? Alright. Should we go get him? Yeah.
We're getting soda, apparently. And then getting soda on the picture.
Oh, wait, here.
Yeah, I'm being told that I was getting scammed. Yeah, it's like I apparently got a perfect score. You guys were saying.
Boy, extra supplies here. Got us a care package coming in.
Okay, what do I get?
Fan and Wake all got perfect scores, so we asked the instructor who she thought was the best, and she said you.
Oh. I thought it'd be like a broken. Okay. That's cool. Alright. Listen, I'm low with the horses. What can I say?
So Emery came up with the idea of maybe giving the winner of this character score, by the way, and it was between, yeah, you guys know it, whatever. Give him a prize, and just to go out there, off track, just for the 5 little minutes, in a little circle, but we want Emery to join because it's her channel, so you guys can get my channel.
They really do be on your channel. It's crazy.
Oh my god. You see this so nasty now?
What's nasty?
My slippers. I didn't have no other option though. Those boots hurt too fucking bad. I couldn't even walk.
Nice man.
Thanks. How you feeling, man? I feel like a knight, and you're like carrying my armor. What's it called again? Squire. Squire. Yeah. I feel yeah, Squire.
Evo shield, extended light mag here. Level 2.
Yeah, I could use that.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Anything you require, Duchess?
I need a sniper stock.
Come and get your birthday present.
Give
Force shield here. Level 2. Good business. Sniper stock here. Level 2.
Tossing out an evac tower.
And her name is Emily Macaroni. Half flesh, half bologna.
Got something good here. Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Eyes out for him.
Yep. Don't spit it out.
You take for it is an honor to serve you.
Right you are. Oh.
Extra supplies over here.
Alright, you gonna get big
Shield cell here.
Thank you so much. That was awesome.
If you want to get the cool experience, go hit up the
Yo,
vendor for
we use optics for
Harriet
last
in a cool western costume.
Let's regroup there.
Is Google blocking the ad blockers, ladies and gentlemen? Now, this is a pretty heavy title here, okay? And you might have seen this Reddit post, some news articles, which are talking about Google confirms they will disable uBlock Origin in Chrome in 2024. Now, uBlock Origin is one of the most popular ad blocking extensions available across the world right now. Now, we talked about how YouTube basically inadvertently strengthened ad blockers a few days ago, but today we're looking at a bit of information regarding Google Chrome, Google itself, possibly stopping or at least hindering massively these ad blocking tools that exist. Now, to understand, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a simple topic, okay? This is a pretty complicated topic, but I'm going to try to make this as layman's as I possibly can. So in this Reddit post, they say Google confirms they will disable MV2 extensions, including uBlock Origin, okay? So what is an MV2 extension? Let's go over what Google says here. So this is from developer.chrome.com. They said that they are resuming the transition to Manifest version 3. And this was posted November 16, 2023. So December of last year, they said they paused a planned depreciation in Manifest version 2 in order to address developer feedback and deliver better solutions to migration issues. So here they mentioned 4 exact points, such as off-stream documents, they provide better control over service worker lifetime, adding a new user script API. But what's important for us here is improving content filtering support by providing more generous limits in the declarative net request API. So you might be like, whoa, that's a lot of fancy words, Hugo. What's going on right over here? So to give you an idea what Manifest
Not
is,
far from the ring,
according to
half a
Google,
minute.
Manifest v3, or Manifest in general, is basically a rule set that describes changes or how specific core functionalities work in Chrome extensions in regards to specific APIs. So again, they update these with the motivation of increasing security, privacy, and performance. Again, this is all related to extensions. So again, to give you an idea what a Chrome extension is, obviously some of you probably have a web extension installed
Half
on
the
your browser.
squads are
Whether you're
gone.
using Firefox,
I'm fine with that.
whether you're using Chrome, you probably have something installed, right? That adds extra functionality to your browser. So for instance, if you go to the Chrome store right now, you can access uBlock Origins, right? Don't use this on YouTube because apparently it's violating their TOS. Just warning you right there. You've also got things like Volume Master, something as simple as downloading an extension, adding it, that allows you to increase the volume of tabs past 100%, okay? So they can be really simple. They can be tabs that record your screen for you, annotate the web, basically do a bunch of things that you want. Do you want to add some extra games to your browser? You can, if you really felt like it. Do you want to add things like news extensions? You can, if you feel like it. That's generally what an extension does. Now, Manifest v3 has been criticized for years. Remember, this is not new. This didn't just come out 3 days ago. We've actually been debating this for years now. And massive organizations like the Electronic Frontier Foundation have been claiming that it hurts privacy, security, and innovation. So to understand, developers are pissed about this. So again, even from October 29, 2021, you have developers saying, frankly, I'm at a loss for words. I understand the benefits of service workers or websites. They make sense. It needs a persistent background check when suspected harassment. It's a corporate security product. There's simply no way to replicate its behavior with Manifest v3. There's no way to implement web request blocking and on-off requirements. So again, you are seeing web request blocking constantly mentioned, and developers are not having a good day talking about this. So, let's discuss what that specific web request is called. Now, this is a web request, and according to Chrome, it is an API that observes and analyzes traffic and that blocks applications in flight.
Only once have I failed to kill a target.
The reason why this is so important
Never again.
Is it allows ad blockers to
Evo shield here. Level 3. Standards.
What servers you're hitting. Remember the last time we talked about ad blockers in YouTube? I told you about ad networks all over the world. Well, a massive amount of ad networks belong to places like Google, Amazon, and Facebook. How ad blockers work is in the middle of that traffic in flight, they analyze all of the domains you communicate, and they basically remove all of the ad blocking domains. So all you see on the page is the website that you initially requested, not advertisements from domains that aren't even related to the website. Now, this is both a double-edged sword. To understand why this is dangerous as well too, according to Google, this exact technology can be used for bad purposes, such as stealing your information. So, like a lot of extensions that exist to block your ads, there can be extensions that are malicious that are designed to inject ads into your page using that same API. Malicious advertising, or they're designed to steal your credentials, or possibly launch some cryptocurrency mining on your system. Remember, when you're installing an extension on your browser, you better 100% trust it, or it can actually steal your information or change what you see on your web page because you gave it permission that you shouldn't have. So Google has actually used this as justification to change it to something known as a declarative net request, which is a new API that they have. So what Google says is there's been a lot of confusion and misconception around both the motivations and implications of this change, including speculation that these changes were designed to prevent or weaken ad blockers. That is absolutely not the goal. In fact, this change gives developers a way to create safer and more performant ad blockers, they say. So again, the declarative net request is an API used to block or modify network requests by specifying declarative rules. This lets extensions modify network requests without intercepting them and viewing their content, thus providing, as Google says, more privacy in their developer sheet, okay? What's insane is when you look at Google's own Form 10K, their SEC filings, over here they do write one of the risky parts of their business, such as risk factors. We generate a significant portion of our revenues from advertising and reduce spending by advertisers. A loss of partners or new and existing technologies that block ads online and or affect our ability to customize ads could harm our business. They actually talk about how they generate 80% of their total revenue from the display of ads in the year 2021. Many of our advertisers, companies that distribute our products and services, digital publishers, content providers, can terminate their contracts with us at any time. These partners may not continue to do business with us if we do not create more value, such as increasing the number of users or customers, new sales leads, brand awareness for all of their systems right now. And again, that can only happen if less people use AdBlock, because if they can't see the campaign, maybe Google's customers may choose not to do campaigns with them going on forward. Now, to understand, this has been a bit of a, I guess you could say, conflicting report. On one hand, Google's biggest service, YouTube, right now, says ad blockers are against their TOS. But Google, developing a massive web browsing platform, or at least spearheading it, claims that they don't want to stop ad blockers. In fact, they're designing tools that make ad block better. So again, I wanted to get the exact idea from the people behind ad block as well too.
And there's been massive speculations there as well, which is all we really have. So for instance, VX Underground, they say, to be more specific and avoid confusion, Google Chrome is transitioning to
Match found.
And while they say it improves content filtering support with that declarative net request, which can be used for many ad blocking plugins, Google states these changes are for API security concerns. Like I said, people using the original, the version 2, the web request for nefarious purposes. Google states these, again, many plugin developers express concern, uBlock as well, that this move to version 3 will render their plugins useless or non-functional. Despite this feedback, Google has stated that they're going to move forward irregardless. They're going to go head first. Some speculate this is an intentional move by Google due to suspected loss of ad revenue. And the thing is, no one really knows, okay? At the end of the day, Google is updating, and they claim it's for security, performance, and privacy. And again, there are some merit to it. Like I said, that original request, while it helped a lot of ad blockers, there were malicious extensions using those exact systems for bad purposes. But you can kind of look at the situation maybe as throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, in order to kill that one security flaw, you end up ruining one of the biggest reasons that people install extensions in the first place, which is to block advertising. Or even if it's not blocking advertising, it's to increase your privacy and your control over the internet, right? That's one of the primary reasons. Okay, I wanted to look further into what Google was doing, so I looked into a write-up from Ghostwriter, a very, very popular privacy-focused extension, and they actually talk about their specific perspective to Manifest version 3. So here they say that Manifest v3, which, again, internet privacy is a constantly evolving domain, new trackers and new tracking techniques are uncovered every day. Ghostwriter publishes the world's largest trackers, and again, you can read this for yourself. Google is, according to these guys, 75% responsible for the trackers.
I didn't have to say this because, you know, my vibe, but stay clear on my explosions, okay?
Went on a date a few days ago. How'd it go? It was weird. He liked me, but we split the bill.
Then it comes Facebook, Cloudflare, Microsoft, Twitter, ComScore, Adobe, OneTrust. I think AOL was somewhere put into it, but yeah, that's a whole different story. Manifest v3. So, for instance, they say, does it protect privacy? Their TLDR is, with enforcement of v3, Google dramatically limits capabilities of browser extensions. It removes access to powerful APIs that allowed us to provide innovation in privacy protection. Being subject to those restraints, we now have to reinvent the way our extensions operate. Intended or not, Manifest v3 takes choice away from users, exposes them to threats, and is ultimately hostile. So again, they definitely them specifically because that's where they have to use the declarative net request instead of the request.
Can't use this yet.
Instead of the background page. So again, these guys have been in the game for a long time, and I'm going to trust what they say, especially when it comes to discussing privacy and
be at peace
over, again, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, really any FANG organization. So,
last player standing.
Declarative net request is it was designed to replace web requests. And while it was inspired by Safari's content blocking API, this design is considerably less powerful than what
time
Apple
to stock
had.
back up.
And comparing it to the web request API, it lacks the capabilities to inspect and modify requests.
I'm gonna save this
time. It is
time.
uncertain whether the DNR API in its current form will outperform state-of-the-art ad blockers. Expressing the rules in declarative format might include hidden abstraction costs. Some of the optimizations that went into specialized ad blocker engines might be hard to replicate in the browser. And again, this all kind of goes back to exactly how uBlock is discussing it. It's not that this isn't going to kill ad blockers. The best ad blockers in the business will obviously find countermeasures against it. But will it be as optimal as what we have now? Probably not. See, even Brave, So
There
if you don't know
is.
what that is,
Spike planted.
I personally use, again, no sponsorships, it's just one I use on a daily basis.
We're on the
Google's upcoming Manifest V3 has the potential to break many ad blocks. But Manifest
104
V3
fade.
will not prevent Brave from blocking ads. These are ad blocking into the browser itself. And we realize many of our users may still want third-party ad blocking extensions. To give you as many options as possible, Brave will support Manifest V2.
One enemy remaining.
Even after Chrome stops doing so. Now you might be wondering, wait a minute, I know that Brave is just Google Chrome.
Good try, idiots.
Remember, Chrome is based off Chromium, which is the open source
This
Chrome
party's
product.
just begun.
And because of that, several of the biggest web browsers all kind of run off the same base. According to the market share, 63% of the world uses Chrome, and 20% uses Safari, which I assume is built on iOS and the Mac, and of course 6% use Edge. Now, if you want to talk about it, everything aside from Safari, Edge, Chrome, and I guess, actually not Opera and Firefox, or Samsung, maybe Samsung Internet, I'm not sure. These browsers all run off that Chrome backend. But the thing is, if you can't trust Google Chrome, you could possibly trust Microsoft Edge. Again, I always say it's cringy when I see somebody downloading Chrome via Edge. It's like, I use Chrome to download Chrome. But Brave is a very privacy-focused browser, and things are so if Google stops supporting a lot of these ad blockers, nothing stops the average person from downloading Brave.
Time to jump.
Again, I feel like if this really kills ad blockers for Google Chrome, Google could hurt themselves in the browser.
Spike down, C.
Allow other competitors. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to get into it because right now ad block is a pretty hot topic, and there's been a lot of discussion around it. This is something that I do have an understanding of, and I wanted to demystify.
Get concussed.
Portal closed.
So the big news in the metal community, as we all know, is Slipknot
One
has
enemy remaining.
Hey, who's got this now?
Jay has finally spoken up about this. He made a social media post
That was good, but we are not
before
done.
we really dive into this, but we're currently live on Twitch on a day that I never stream. I just really wanted to jump on here and talk to you guys about this because I love having people in chat where people can throw out their ideas and we can bounce back and forth. But I'm really wondering if Slipknot's new drummer accidentally outed themselves on social media recently. And I say Slipknot's new drummer because I firmly believe that they already have someone. A lot of people are like, oh, they don't have any festivals coming up until like April or May, like they probably don't have somebody, and I bet they do. A band Slipknot size is not going to fire their drummer without having somebody at least ready to go and lined up. So I do believe that they have somebody. Today, I'm going to present you something that happened, and I want to let you guys make up your own mind. I will preface this by saying this is not 100% confirmation, but this is kind of an interesting thing that happened, so we can see this and discuss.
Quiet now.
Let's talk about Jay's take on what actually happened. So, if anybody's watching this that doesn't know, it's a metal fan, I don't know how that's possible, but last week, Slipknot announced that Jay Weinberg will no longer be the band, most likely due to wanting to go in a
One enemy remaining.
Jay has been quiet, so people have been speculating on what he was quitting or something like that.
Sorry, this was taken.
Finally posted. I'm not going to read the whole thing on this video right now because that's not what we're focusing on. So if you want to check it out, you can go to his Instagram, which is @JWeinberg. But I'll also have it on screen if you want to pause and read it. But the big part that he did say in the second paragraph says, quote, I was heartbroken and blindsided to receive the phone call that I did on the morning of November 5th. The news of which most of you learned shortly after. However, I've been overwhelmed by and truly grateful for the outpouring of love and support I've received from this incredible community I consider to be my creative and artistic home. So that right there, if that is to be taken as 100% truth, which I have no reason to believe why Jay would make up or lie about anything in this situation, he
Careful
was
here.
fired.
Careful
We
here.
had no idea it was coming. They called
Fake
him
teleport.
literally like a day after they did Heaven and Hell Fest, or Hell and Heaven Fest, or whatever it's called down in Mexico, and they...
Time to jump.
And you go. Mufasa in chat just said, wasn't there a source...
Spike planted.
Yeah.
78 on Sky.
So if Jay didn't know about it, he was like, people were aware. So we have to bring
94 on Reyna.
And I will say to Jay's credit, I have seen so many comments from Slipknot fans that were like, this is ridiculous. Now, to be fair, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with business and relationships and how they are personally and stuff like that, but it's...
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
Craig, left, Jay, to me, this is like the last one. A lot of Slipknot fans like
Another
being
fight?
done with them.
Clean
Now, whether or
slate.
not that's true,
Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
There are a lot of people that think that this is horrible. But let's move on into what we're here to talk about. A guy that possibly outed himself as their drummer. So on Friday, I was actually out at the mall with Claire and Ingrid, and we were just having a fun family day. And I was texting with Mike Caputo, fantastic metal drummer. He is currently with Job for Cowboy. Previously, he was with Brand of Sacrifice. And he was like, dude, did you just see this post? And he said, so-and-so.
You want to play? Let's play.
A screenshot of it. And he said, this was deleted pretty quick. But Jeremy Kling just posted this on his social media that just has the Slipknot logo as the image with a caption that says, drumming is simply a matter of timing. Bring it to you, invite the chaos. And that post was deleted from his social media very quickly. Now, what I want to do in this video is kind of and then talk to you about Jeremy Kling, because I can tell from chat.
Spike planted.
Sky's right there.
Poppy Llama just said, are they implying Jay's time ran out? Possibly, but I don't see why they would post that, like, they would post that.
Remove. My ultimate is ready.
I've got your trail.
People were like, what? So at face value, that post to me, considering how the wording and then how quick it was removed, it could be, there were a couple thoughts across my mind.
I think Sky's coming up the stairs.
Maybe he is the new drummer.
Last player standing.
Green light to say something, and then they said, "Yo, take that down." That was question too when I asked this to Mike. I was like, "Yeah, but is there a chance that he could be
Stand
streaming
tall.
around?" And Mike's like,
We
"Yeah,
are
you
Valorant.
can't rule that
We
out, but
are
he's not
fighters."
the kind of guy that does that.
I need a drum.
He's not like a huge social media presence or anything. Like he doesn't troll like that on the internet. So, according to Mike, he's like, I don't think that would be him trolling. Can't rule it out because we don't know what's going on, but my gut instinct is leading to this is not trolling. I really think that maybe in some capacity
I have your back.
this was a hint. G-Zig just said silent job application. Maybe we saw Krim 10 years ago post drum playthroughs of Slipknot as an unofficial audition, you know? So we can't rule all that out. I think as somebody said in chat, it's the dirty delete.
Chamber C. Yeah.
I'll handle this.
Capacity. Maybe he took a new job with that. Because the thing we're going to talk about, this guy has also been a touring audio.
I'm back. Cutting through.
He announced his official departure from his old band.
Spike planted.
Looking for me? Yeah.
Let's talk about Jeremy Kling, in case nobody's familiar. So, Jeremy Kling,
You're done.
40 or 41, I believe. He's an American drummer, and he's most known as, up until a few days ago, being the most recent drummer for Venom.
One enemy remaining.
Not to be confused with Venom, which the short of that is, if you're familiar with Venom and Venom Inc., or not familiar rather, it's basically kind of two versions of the same original band. Like some members from Venom went on to form Venom Inc., so Venom still exists by itself. It's fake. But Jeremy Kling most recently was the drummer for Venom Inc. He was also the drummer for Gibson.
Clutch.
Well, but on top of being a drummer, he's also been a touring audio engineer and a producer.
Right, I
He's
love the
toured on the road
destruction.
with people and has
Just
worked
keep it
with
on their
bands
side,
like,
yeah?
Deicide, Cataclysm, Sepultura, and his current band, Venom Inc. He was working for them before they asked him to join the band. So the guy obviously has his skills down. So for anybody that's not familiar, I'll just give you a quick clip.
Cutting through.
Alright, so you got a little bit of taste of his drumming there. And the wild thing is, I will admit, I'll fully admit, like, I'm not a wealth of information about everything. I don't know everybody in the industry. I've heard of Jeremy through other roadie friends, and I knew that he was the drummer for Venom Inc., but I'm not super familiar with his drumming technique and the bands he's been in. And he does, as Johan in chat just said, somebody that feels like he
down
has a very
A.
different style than Slipknot. From the videos I've seen and what I've heard about him, he definitely seems like he has more of an old
Careful here.
school, traditional, like death metal, black metal style. But that's not to say he couldn't do it. But from his vibe in the bands he's been in, it would strike me as odd. However, to the point I just made,
Careful here.
we don't really know if he's capable of doing the Slipknot stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he is a good drummer for the bands he's been in. Also, to bring up again, he's been in the industry working for other bands for a very long time, so he's very
Last player standing.
in the industry.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
There's a lot of people that are
Time to jump.
That just brought up a good point. B-Man was attacking a roadie before he was in Slipknot, so it makes sense. Like, yeah, B-Man was not a bass player that myself or a lot of my friends expected was going to come in. I mean,
10 seconds
to be
left.
honest, I didn't expect Jay Weinberg to be the drummer that replaced Joey Jordan.
So I saved a day. Don't make a big deal about it.
Guys
better watch their backs.
Slipknot announces that they're letting Jay go from the band right after their performance at Heaven and Hell Festival. Right after that, Jeremy Kling announces that after 5 years, he's no longer going to be in Venom Inc. due to logistical reasons. That was exactly what his post said. Jay comes out and says that he was blindsided by getting fired, and we have this mysterious social media post from Jeremy with the Slipknot logo saying drumming is all about timing. It has since been deleted. Not to mention Jeremy's connections in the music industry as a roadie and as an audio engineer and as a drummer. A lot of people in the metal world know him. This isn't 100% confirmation by any means. Like, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say this is the new Slipknot drummer. But some of the evidence that's here does not seem too far-fetched to me, actually. And considering that some of the members that Slipknot has brought in recent years from the voices of their other members have been things that a lot of people were thinking was going to happen. I can see them going left field and grabbing somebody that isn't like already a big established name or something like that. The only thing, like we've said, that is kind of
Spike planted.
is we've seen Jeremy's drumming style.
Your duty is not over. Healing. One enemy remaining.
That's not to say that he can't
Long.
play.
Barrier created.
Yeah, you can.
We really don't know.
Last player standing.
Cover. This is purely speculation. I
Sorry.
just wanted to bring you guys
Clutch.
and kind of discuss
I need better
maybe this is a possibility. But I'm curious to see where this goes, man. I mean,
They're going to
anytime
scatter
something
from my
like this happens
stuff.
with a big band,
Super
of
easy to
course,
pick
there's
off.
gonna be tons of speculation, and we're going to be talking about it. And as I said, I don't think this is 100% proof by any means that he will be their new drummer, but something like this coming out of left field would not surprise me. Again, considering how they brought in other people into the band. I mean, really what's doing it for me on this, to be like, okay, this could happen, is the experience and connections in the metal world. The fact that he's worked for other bands and he's drummed for a lot of metal bands. And the
Alright, coming
video
A.
of the post saying drumming is all about the right time.
Alright.
Slipknot logo.
I've got your trail.
This could
Barrier created.
we might be onto something. And again, we might not be. This could be crazy tinfoil hat lunacy, and we're all gonna
Enemy
look,
spotted
not
A.
we're all, but me. I'm gonna look dumb. if this isn't it. But if this is it, it would be funny to go back.
Spotted A.
No!
You know, I'm curious to see what you guys think.
I'll handle this.
Cutting
through.
Comeback to YouTube for a recent video titled People are shocked.
I'm back.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Us all in the dark in June after posting a ukulele video taking the piss out of Adam, a minor that she sent her underwear to many years ago. And she also sent him olive pics of Trisha Paytas. Obviously, these actions and her ukulele
30 seconds left.
apology video
Last player standing.
In Colleen's latest video, she addressed her past actions.
Anyone else think they can kill a god?
She discussed her hiatus, emphasizing the need for self-reflection and personal
We're not done
growth.
yet.
Despite skepticism about her return, Colleen plans to resume vlogging, sharing positive moments from her day. It's honestly crazy how she went from a serious discussion to a casual blog. So let's get into it. What did she address and what didn't she address? Well, she sure as hell didn't apologize for what she did to Adam. It sounded like she was just mad about the situation and that's why she went silent. And she said her ego got the better of her. She also only mentioned her scandal in but she barely mentioned anything.
Chamber long,
She was
slicing.
very bland about the whole thing, and she didn't even really apologize. It was more of a PR written script to try and get her reputation back. What's interesting is that she had an
Fake
insane
teleport.
amount of dislikes, yet all the comments
Spike
were
planted.
positive, meaning someone behind the scenes
Cutting
was
through.
filtering comments. She said the majority of the last few months that she's been
Found one.
she's just been responses from fans that are currently trending on
Time to hunt.
I watched Colleen's recent vlog so you don't have to. Here's some things I noticed. One, she does not mention American. She does not mention any family. She never shows her kids.
Last player standing.
Break. 5. She said therapist. Another user said she doesn't mention the victims, she doesn't mention sending videos to minors, she doesn't mention not leaving group chats until after major posting it. She doesn't address questions about the charity fundraisers.
Clutch.
So I saved a day. What about it? My ult's ready.
Last round before the switch.
The only positive note I have is that she didn't put her kids in it. I hope they are never shown again for their own sake. The apology in the beginning was absolute trash. Over on Reddit, people said, I said this in another comment, but I'm willing to bet she knows 6 months without new content makes it a possibility for YouTube to demonetize you and remove you from the YouTube partner program. So I have a feeling she wants to make sure she's monetized, especially coming into the holiday season. Another user said, because what you're seeing in the full vlog is not truly Colleen at her core. That's the Colleen everyone knew for years. The ukulele video showed who Colleen exactly is. Didn't show an ounce of remorse in her newest video. What she really said was that she got over the fact that the internet wronged her and doesn't feel as angry anymore. TGT is the real her, and there's nothing she can say or do to change my mind.
Spike planted.
Video about My opinion is that they knew they needed to say something about Trent, so they did, but also made sure it was buried in comments, hoping people would
Last player standing.
But now if anything is said, they can say they talked about it. They should get an award for all the manipulation tactics, prickly behaviour, making young impressionable teenagers think that they did something wrong instead of the true perpetrator. It doesn't be anyone and everyone with the last name Bellinger. They need to for everything they've done to kids. If somehow they stay out of jail,
Switching sides.
and all the money goes to foundations who help children.
I
Sorry
know
for the long post.
what
This
must
just
be
angers
done.
me so bad. Now, Joshua, who is Colleen's ex-husband, has not mentioned Colleen's latest video, but he did, however, post this to Twitter, so he knows that she's posted a video. He said, the only energy I want to put online today is for my wife, Pamela.
Oh, that's
Happy
right,
birthday,
don't
babe.
see.
Your heart is honest, loving, and incredibly beautiful. Every ounce of every day is better because you're in it. Now, I find it interesting how Colleen chose to stay silent about her brother, Trent Bellinger, in her recent video, who was like just as, if not more problematic than her. When he was exposed recently for sending highly inappropriate and disturbing messages to one of Colleen's underage fans, everything seemed to get swept under the rug by Colleen and the whole family.
Raise.
In a recent
Raise.
article by Medium.com, it discussed
Yeah,
how
he has to fight. Please come back.
because a lot of Colleen's fans actually defended his behaviour. Apparently fans of Colleen had commented at the time this news broke, "Y'all, Trent is dead. His vocab is nowhere near this. And they don't type in full sentences. This is not Trent. But whomever it was betraying Trent is sick, and I'm so sorry you went through this." I'll leave his definitely
Two of them are flanking.
No charges.
Enemy spotted C. Deaf people do not type like that. They don't learn English the same way we do. They type in broken English. I work in the ASL field, so it is just odd how the sentence structure of proper English and not ASL.
One jam.
But it's
Enemy
true
spotted
he has a
C.
hearing failure, so I could be wrong. The article then went on to say, "Her current commentary is harmful to it's a very strange way to try and sweep allegations under the rug or to minimise them. This is painting an ableist brush on deaf people, claiming that we're incompetent and that things
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
That is a good look for you.
Behavior. When you're trying to claim one has disabilities that nobody has ever said to have, you're causing more harm to disabled people. People do bad things. Stop adding things that don't belong. Colleen's family have actually spoken out about Colleen not even that long ago, and many predicted that her sister-in-law was responding to hate comments to test the waters for Colleen to get the feel of what a return to social media would look like in the coming months. Fans were obviously spot on because Colleen recently posted a full blog. At the time, Colleen's sister-in-law Jessica Ballinger had responded to comments on her YouTube channel about JoJo Siwa still supporting Colleen. A user said, "Yikes, JoJo, hope James isn't there. I'm just so disappointed. I've been watching your videos since Parker was little, and I just can't
Could you use your flash to see if they're there?
Problematic. Makes me sad." Jessica went on to say, "I don't want you to feel like you're getting eaten
your
alive.
flash.
I think people so I will delete their comments. I don't have any idea what James has apologised for because I don't get involved in that stuff because I've seen how exaggerated and it's
Time to jump.
Mostly for other people to generate clickbait and attention. But all I'm hearing from you is that he's apologised multiple times for something and now JoJo is friends with him. That sounds like a very normal human response. We should all aim to be more forgiving as a society." I'm so confused. I did not tell you to leave, but I will always support anyone's decision to subscribe or unplug for a while. I support your decision. If you're happy here, then please stay. If not, please find a space that brings you peace and joy. Do not come here and accuse anyone of being a terrible individual. This is not the place for that. Edited to add. I just saw the part about you thinking I might be calling about you specifically having a mob mentality.
50 on right
Comment, and I was under the impression that they were responding to my mentioned gossip, not you directly. It actually is gossip. I haven't seen any
30
proof of
seconds
that.
left.
Someone said we don't know JoJo. They do. I don't stop being friends with them just because someone finds them to be problematic. Although I don't know what serious offence JoJo's committed. Jessica replied, "It is sad to me how caught up
Rena
people
over
on
here,
gossip.
so she's
JoJo is a
150,
lovely
so be
person.
careful.
She has a huge heart, a dedication to bringing
And
joy
Fate
to
has a
others,
Bucky.
and an absolutely brilliant mind. James wasn't there. I haven't seen him in years, but I wish him well. We have entered into a new sad era where it is more profitable to complain about and destroy other humans than to lift them up." The best quote I have.
One enemy remaining.
"If you have a problem with me, call me. If you don't have my number, then you don't know me well enough to have a problem with me. Instead of being concerned about all people supporting JoJo, perhaps consider that they know her on a human level rather than parasocial opinions." Now, Colleen,
Last player standing.
You just said.
and I genuinely thought that she was going to address it. I'm shocked that she can literally make them remember. Under the rug, they're only human. Well, and just get away with it. I wonder how many more vlogs she's going to be posting over the next few months. It'll be very interesting.
Race, could you buy me,
So
please?
anyway, what are your thoughts about all this drama and Colleen's return to social
Thank
media?
you.
Let me know in the comments and don't forget to subscribe for more tea.
I'm gonna try something, so someone else please take spike, because I don't want to end up like selling around.
A moose is a character that must be treated with due respect. Uh-oh. And now, you will find out why.
Players have... Well, so are this guy's AFK or not? So confusing. I told him
I was packing a ball.
Don't mess with me. Plant a spike.
You want to play? Let's play.
Don't peek long. Do not peek long.
Last player standing.
If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing, alright? We'll figure out what they do eventually.
It is quite huge. Without any doubt, it can be given the well.
Let's try going A. I'll go from B to A tower.
I'll handle this.
We're going A, by the way.
Male moose have large antlers that look like a farm implement. A plow.
Rena's AFK.
Yes, indeed. It's August. Favorite time of year.
Spike down A.
It is in the fall that the famous moose fights take place.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
Last player standing.
Preparation for battle. The first stage of preparation. It is in the fall that the famous moose fights take place. The first stage of preparation for battle is to tear off the skin from the antlers. If this is not done, the antlers will not be able to harden.
We're here because we're the best.
Bloody
Don't any of you
antlers
forget that.
look quite creepy.
I need a drop.
Raze, could you buy me, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Don't give them ground.
The second stage is a fight to victory.
Enemy spotted. A. Decoy.
Reloading.
The entire
You're getting flanked?
season is spent in fierce battle.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Season is spent in fierce battles.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
Claw through them.
Males rush into a fight, regardless of
Satchel
the
out.
power of the enemy.
I think Fate has an op, so careful.
A great reward awaits the winner.
Yeah, that's an op.
I've got your trail.
Access to V1 for 2 months.
They're coming through our spawn. They're coming through our spawn.
8 weeks of heavenly pleasure.
Sucker spawn.
At the end of the day,
over.
Sage, please.
On the contrary,
I don't have a heal yet.
feel relieved.
Give me 11 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
40 on him.
Last player standing.
Nice. There's a Vandal on my body if you want.
No natural enemy, except for wolves.
You say
And of
something?
course, pigs.
Weapon here.
Ears still ringing.
Thank you.
In fights with predators, moose use their powerful front legs. Moose have practically no natural. Moose need antlers only during the mating period.
Good luck, Sky.
Moose have practically no
You want to play? Let's play.
except for wolves, and of course, pigs.
So, who's the peak first?
In fights with predators, moose use their powerful front legs.
We can, like, not go here.
Coming from A.
We can just go somewhere else.
Cutting through. Enemy spotted. B.
Spike down mid.
Even better.
Last player standing. Here.
My stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Even bears sometimes prefer to avoid them. Due to seasonal movements or simple curiosity, moose can often be seen in cities.
We're going A. Let's go A.
Wild animal.
I'll just
Being in a
go
city
Haven.
is stressful.
Oh, no, no.
In an urban environment, the moose will probably attack everyone and everything.
Enemy sighted.
80 on 80 on Sova.
Enemy spotted A. Here.
For you.
Sova's low, so
Healing over here.
you guys can rotate if you want. Never mind.
Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My burden never ends.
People hungry for adrenaline sometimes tease moose.
I need a drop.
If you want to live a long and happy life, then don't do something so stupid.
Enemy spotted A. Careful here.
This guy's right
It's
there.
best not to check what this 3-meter beast is
Oh, let's just
capable
rotate. Let's just rotate.
of. After being hit by a moose's front legs, even a bear will not always survive. After being hit by a moose's front legs, even a bear will not always survive.
Gun here.
Got him.
Sleep tight.
But moose can often be seen.
Face your fear! Last player standing.
Moose eat all fermented fruits and get drunk.
Match point.
Surrounded by minha família. We won't
And a
lose.
drunk moose is a nightmare.
I need a drop.
For example, a drunken moose got stuck on an apple tree. Police and firefighters worked together to save the
Someone buy me this bundle, please. It does match point.
By the way, other animals have also been seen doing these things. Alcohol abuse is evil.
I've got your trail. Enemy spotted C.
Coming through.
Enemy spotted
Go on my mark, yeah?
Last player standing.
For the sake of algae, it is ready to dive underwater and hold its breath for 30 seconds.
No way! Defenders win.
The hunt begins.
How can you slide this hard?
Well, dear viewers, the video is coming to an end. When we asked those of you who happen to see a moose in real life, share your impressions of the
How can I
video with
slide
the rest
that
of the
hard?
audience in the comments.
Fuck. Oh.
There you go. So there's this common myth that if someone drops a penny from the Empire State Building, that by the time it hits the ground, it will be going so fast that it can kill a guy. And Mythbusters tested this, and so did Veritasium, and they both said that it's false, as coins will fall on their flat side and won't be traveling fast enough to do any damage. But they are forgetting something. If it was me standing on top of the Empire State Building throwing pennies off doing the world's cheapest terrorist attack, I'd be throwing them like this, putting some spin on them so they fall on the skinny face the whole way down. And they also forgot about Aussies that might be visiting America, as we have these bad boys, the 50-cent coin, the heaviest coin in circulation, weighing 10 times more than a penny, and it's also built like a ninja star with these sharp points. It's almost like our government. So today, can happen. Alright, now the first thing I did was grab a bunch of 50-cent coins and went into my garage and started throwing them at the wall. And I was pretty happy with what I saw. Some nice big holes. And also the spin I was putting on the coins seemed to make them stay on the skinny side. But I have no idea how fast I'm throwing them. So I made this measuring stick with lines every 10 centimeters, and then used this camera filming at 240 frames per second to see how fast they go. And this makes absolutely no sense. Either I'm really bad at maths, or I should be signed to a Major League Baseball team. Because in one frame, the coin traveled 20 centimeters. So if we times that by 240, we get 48 meters a second, which is 170 kilometers per hour, which is faster than the fastest baseball pitch ever. And that's even with my bad form trying to not break my arm on my belt set. But my maths must be. So I bought a device I've dreamed of having ever since I was a 5-year-old. This chronograph, which should give accurate speed measurements.
What an
So
idiot.
I added some extra protection to the chronograph to stop me from doing that again, and then threw some coins through it. $27.5. And that was disappointing. Turns out I can only throw a coin at 30 meters a second or 110 kilometers per hour. Okay, now that we know I can throw coins kind of fast, I need to work out the terminal velocity of a 50-cent coin. And to do that, I'm going to copy what Adam Savage did in Mythbusters and make a wind tunnel. And he used acrylic tube, which is kind of expensive, so instead I just ate some yogurt. And then used that with some plastic sheet to make this tunnel. Then I just slapped a leaf blower on the bottom with a basket that I stole from Bunnings, so the coin doesn't fall back inside and blow up the leaf blower.
Bajen, me está escuchando.
Y ustedes van a ver algo. Pero es que ustedes vean que yo hago pétalos y tejo. Vean. Pues no, amores, estoy aquí.
Hablando con un gay, hablando con un gay, hablando con un gay.
¿Qué pedo? ¿Qué pedo?
Sí, escucho la rola.
Simón, pero vele la... ¿Y este qué pedo? Hay moto, vamos en la moto. Vamos en la motora. En la Isuzuki, abusa, hoy sí, a la poderosa. Nada, cortala. No, pero... Ni la llanta se quedaron a la poderosa.
Ni la llanta la dejaron de puta.
No, pero qué bárbaro. Vamos por aquí, por aquí. Ahí viene un basura, una moto alienígena.
Robada.
Hay que robársela, perro. Escúchalo, matalo.
Me mató también, güey. Que mierda, no se puede matar a así o pasivo.
Todo mal.
Vaya.
Vamos por aquí. Vamos por aquí, ve. Basura, muera, perro. Puta, loco, me mató otro más. Es que andan jodiendo con esa moto culera, loco. Solo con esa basura pueden esto más con esa moto culera. Solo con esa basura, man. Más tengo una moto yo, man. Subite, pues, subite. Bueno, por aquí, ¿ves? No, perro. No, pero es que mira, ahí están con dos motos más, no, perro. Mira lo que dije, además tienes imagen uno con una basura.
But eventually I managed to fire some points. And at first I liked what I saw, so I attempted to shoot it.
Qué pije letra, loco. Qué poeta, Dios mío. ¿Qué dice, man?
Seem to fit right in. So I'm going back to the spear gun. This time I'm going to make it stronger by making it weaker with these thinner rubbers, which should be easier for me to stretch. And I also made a nice smooth cut with this wood up to the rails. And I'm also not going to rely on that slingshot trigger from China, not because it's bad or Chinese, but just because I somehow lost it. So I'm going to design my own tool now. And after sketching up some designs on this desk, it was sent to me by the sponsor of this video, FlexiScope, which is this awesome adjustable standing desk. So I made it out of metal.
On my body, get a grenade.
Strong enough for the
¿Qué peor? ¿Quién está hablando ahí?
Also, I learned something pretty cool from your mum last
Sura, morí.
kind of knot called a constrictor knot, which works really well for tying rubbers together. And after sliding this out a couple of times, I finally got the rubber configuration right. And the fastest speed I recorded
Hago basura, me maté de
was
volada.
215 feet per second or 230 kilometers per hour. And that is fast enough for me. And I don't know why these weaker rubbers are stronger, but maybe it's something to do with the light which is light to quicker rubbers contract. Or maybe it's just because they're pink. Now I just need to shoot some stuff with it. And I'm going to start with 8mm plywood, which I've heard is
what?
Skull, which seems wrong, but if it means I can shoot through it, then I'm going to say it's okay.
Toda la vida me bajaron.
Testimony 234. Hi mate, nice streaming. I noticed something on your channel that I think needs to be amended. LD love to chat with you more about it on Discord. It would be a great opportunity to discuss the issue in more detail and to come up with a solution together. Would you be willing to chat with me on Discord?
I would not be willing.
My username is ERI0679.
Goodbye. No interest in you.
Puta, no me imagino. Qué cuadro, loco. Nada había que dos imágenes.
Up and down without any wobble, as they are designed. The legs are also made out of high carbon steel, which snapped all of my drill bits when I attempted to drill through them. I don't think I've ever seen a table that is this solid. This desk is really nice.
Es que no entiendo cómo me mata el hijo puta, no entiendo yo, pero...
To the FlexiSpot desk, increasing my productivity while also adjusting quickly on the fly that anything I can do, like drinking water. I also put a FlexiSpot in my study, which is so nice to use while I'm working on my computer, as I don't have to bend at all. The tabletop is also made out of a highly resistant material, which is great for me as I'm always spilling stuff on tables or missing my page while drawing. So go click the link in the description to go.
Mira, loco, no, loco, no entiendo. Un tiro más en tu puta para matarme.
But I've never trusted the plastic skulls inside or the ballistic gel. So instead I just bought a pig head, which is similar in weight and size to the
What?
No, loco, está pillado, pero...
M41 spanker available.
Pues puta, ahí arriba quedó basura,
And that went in so much deeper than I thought it was going to, going all the way through the cheekbone, probably like and that time I aimed for the skull, the coin went straight through, burying itself 2 inches. And that confirms that 50% coin traveling at $230 per hour will kill you. But I'm still not happy with this. I need to do a real test from a proper flight.
S7 sniper inbound.
And it ticket to New York is $2,000, so instead I 3D printed this magazine for the 50 cents and glued it onto this drone dropping device. And now when I press this button, Riot falls
Enemy team nearing victory.
Puta, me mataron.
Coins hopefully roll out with some spin instead of now the only thing that I need to be but I'll deal with that later. So then I went out to a spot that hopefully shouldn't have any children.
Verga, yo me la llevo, basura. Basura, muere.
That's working.
Skewer inbound.
Wait, they're not coming down. Wait, what are you doing? Maybe you don't know how to operate.
Yeah, but
and I've had some drone troubles, which I just chose to ignore. And I lay down a piece of 9mm plywood as the target with some skulls on it, which I don't think I have any chance of hitting.
What? How did you not put any iron on him?
Pero esa mierda, yo voy a agarrar fuego ya, man.
Can we set up the table so we can hide underneath it? I don't want a coin in my head. I'm not gonna make a joke. I know, I guess I want workplace safety. My own shelter, I'm being used to flex this podcast.
Ay, perro, no tengo una granada de esta mierda.
So, go by your own flex this podcast and enjoy your own long, precious
Perro, con esa moto, hijo puta, la remontamos. A ver, aquí era el otro, hijo puta, man. Con la misma mierda que ganamos por basura. Ganamos, perro, ganamos. Con la misma basura de ellos lo matamos, mira.
I feel like I'm Palestinian.
Whoa.
It's a good move to mark there. 3, 2, 1. One drop. It looks like it's coming towards us. I might be able to hear it. Now let's take for a coin to fall. Oh! Way back there. That took a very long time. That was somewhere in the bushes. Okay, this is... And we weren't really sure what happened, but after watching the footage again, you could see the coins didn't spin on the flat face at all, and once they were dropped, they took flight and spun 200 meters sideways out of frame of the drone. And I'm actually very glad they didn't spin on the skinny edge, as they were heading right for Alexa and I in the car. And also I might have noted these passers-by, which I didn't notice. So after spending 30 minutes getting the drone down... Okay. The half an hour descent. We headed out to a dam which is 45 meters tall or 150 feet to throw the coins off with spin. Yeah, you look like a goblin. You're getting vertigo.
Yeah, I'm not gonna throw coins from you, I swear.
That was alright.
Oddball.
Oh, hello. And it is really cool seeing the different spin makes. And the coins fell in a dead straight line on the skinny face the whole way down. And they also did some decent damage to the plywood, even though they hit it only doing like 100 kilometers per hour. You'd be bleeding, like a lot. You'd be bleeding, that's 40 minutes. And what the Empire State Building is 10 times higher than that. That's high. It was. Oh wait, no, that's not Twin Tower. So I reckon if someone spun a ground like this off the Empire State Building, it would stay on the skinny edge and reach speeds of at least 270 kilometers per hour, which is more than enough to pierce your skull.
We have the ball.
Which is why I recommend to everyone in New York. Thank you so much for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other stuff.
M41 spanker inbound.
Here it is.
sacrificial lamb that we are going to update to new Happy Buzz firmware. We're gonna test this board anyway, probably in like the next week, so I figure it's probably the best one, if any, to do the update. What we're really looking to find out is if it kills NRF and Digitilt, if it does DMS serialization, that would be a big time bummer, because a lot of the, for example, you can just straight swap the I can just slap a controller module in there and it runs just fine. Same with DMS. They're not serialized like they are on the 4210 and later XRs and then all the other one-wheel models. So that's why these were great. They're fantastic. They're like super modular, easy to repair yourself. But Digitilt and serialization, and that is even bummer for the XR because it's only a matter of time before these don't have support from Future Motion anymore as far as repair and warranty stuff goes. Obviously, warranty is on these, but just repair in general because they don't work on the V1 anymore, they don't work on the Plus anymore, and then it's only a matter of time before they stop supporting those guys. So we want to make sure that when we update, we're still able to repair it ourselves easily, and we'll do it. So let's jump into it. I'm not even getting a prompt update. Oh, there we go. We got the prompt update. Okay,
Enemy has the
let's
ball.
see. Keep my phone within 5 feet. Don't use my phone.
Enemy halfway to
looks
victory.
like it does want to plug it in as well. So plug this guy in.
Good old-fashioned takedown.
Enemy team nearing victory.
There. Now we wait.
Ball dropped.
An ally has slain the carrier.
We have the ball.
Power weapons on the way.
Ball dropped.
Lost possession.
Come here.
Power weapons on the field.
Over here. Update one of this. Okay. Update complete. Says our board is ready to ride.
Round
See what we
2.
got here.
Ball incoming.
So
Come on,
go ahead and turn it on.
You gotta win this.
We have the ball.
And looks like
Ball
it's
dropped.
connected.
Ally carrier
Almost.
down.
There we go.
We have the ball.
Ball
dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Can we Digitilt? Is NRF completely disabled? Let's find out. Okay, so what we're gonna do is normally what you do is you just have it perfectly level, you like put it on like piece of track or whatever. In order to get it perfectly level, what we're gonna do is we're gonna tilt it like this, and then calibrate. Hey, it worked.
We have the ball.
That is cool. Okay,
Ball
so
dropped.
there we go. Confirm. Update for the XR.
We have the
Does
ball.
not disable NRF. You can put Digitilt on it. If Digitilt works, then that means it's also not
Ball
going
dropped.
to
We have the ball.
Awesome. There you go. You guys feel free to
Carrier
update.
down.
It sounds like it is Haptic Buzz. So as long as you guys are cool with Haptic Buzz, there you go. You can go ahead and update and you'll be able to use the app. So there you go. Glad we tested it. Now we know. That's it. Will we be updating all our boards?
We have the ball.
We're probably going to end up testing all our boards anyway. So probably not. But I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my Sunday, and I'll take you guys later. Hold on, my friend.
Lost the lead. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Gained the lead.
AMD has done it again.
We have the
The
ball.
epic Bergamo 9754 trans 32 more cores into the already well-stuffed SP5 package of epic Genoa for a total of a whopping 128 cores in the palm of my hand.
Enemy has the ball.
Here you go. It's me typing away. What? Who's gonna spend $12,000 on a CPU? I'm never gonna use or even touch one of these monsters.
We have the ball.
In the same way that the technologies from multi-million-dollar cars shut down eventually car-changing drivers, the advance that they view in high-end almost inevitably make their way into your own PC. And there's a lot of goodness packed in there to be exciting. And besides, holy, it's a 128-core CPU. Let's take this thing out for a rip. Rip! Like this segue to our
nearing victory.
A great business needs a great website. So make yours for free with Odoo's intuitive, all-in-one business manager. Click the link below or watch the video to learn more. To achieve this level of more stuff, AMD took the same impressive IO die found on their epic Genoa CPUs that we met last year, and they reworked the CCUs, or core complex dies, for high density. I will not be talking the lid off of this things. First is that despite the high core count, there are actually fewer CPUs. That's because instead of level 8 core dies, we're looking at 8 16-core dies. By using Zen 4 C cores rather than regular Zen 4 cores. Now, Zen 4C is not like an Intel E or efficiency core. It should have the same performance per clock and the same level of feature support. Just packed 1.5 square millimeters tighter each. This means up to 256 cores in a 2P or 2 processor server, but it does cost. You lose some clock speed and you lose some level of cache, which doesn't sound like a very good thing, and is probably the second because in spite of having 33% more cores than Genoa, Bergamo ends up with only 66% as much level of cache. Now, AMD's argument for this is that in a cloud-native workload, we're not expecting to overcommit cores, so it'll be less impactful than you think. But AMD is a cloud-native workload. But examples might be things you use every day, like search and social media, and also tools you might not realize you're using every day, like software infrastructure and platform as-a-service providers. So in a way that makes sense, since each workload is also to be contained core or cores that are allocated to it without as much sharing of cache data.
Get a grenade on there.
Enough about that though, let's get this thing built, starting with the motherboard, which, wow. If you are into motherboards, this is a really sexy one. Support for a whopping 12 channels of DDR5 memory, and as many as 28 lanes of PCIe Gen 5 or up to 100 setup. And you can see evidence of that all over ASRock Genoa 8UD-2T/X550. This thing is absolutely bristling with high-end features to the point where, in spite of it being a wider, deep micro ATX form factor, it doesn't even have room for everything that Bergamo has to offer. SP5 software, plus the accompanying VRM that can do anywhere from 360 to 400 watts of power delivery, about a quarter of the board. Go ahead and get the CPU installed. This is my first SP5 install, but on the surface it looks pretty similar to what we've seen with the previous AMD Threadripper and you lift up the carrier frame, take up cover,
an ally has slain the carrier.
Really? Not right? That can't be right. Go ahead and tell them. Go ahead and something like that? Really? Yeah? Does the pressure come from this tool? Yeah. Oh. Let's talk about it. The reason these server CPUs have so many more pins than a consumer one is because of all the different endpoints that they need to be directly connected to. And one of the biggest mechanical challenges with these platforms is making sure that every single one of them is contacting correctly, because even one being missing, you could have a memory stick not show up, or a PCIe slot that stops working. It's actually really common in Epic and Threadripper boards, especially if the installer either doesn't torque the screws down enough or doesn't torque them down in the right order. As for the cooler we're using, this is the XE04 SP5. It was sent over by Silverstone, and it looks surprisingly wimpy, considering that it's cooling 128 CPU cores. But because the heat source, the cores, are spread over such a large area under this metal plate, the IHS, we don't have to worry about the same kinds of that you might see on something like an Intel 14900K. That means even the heat pipes that aren't dead center on the cooler can work much more efficiently, and you can handle a 400-watt CPU with a little thing like this. The instructions call for anywhere from 10.8 to 13 foot-pounds of torque on each screw, and for it to be tightened in a star pattern, starting with the sides and then doing the diagonals one after the other. Of course, if you want to be extra careful, the best thing to do is start all the screws in that order and then do a second pass checking all of the torque values. With that out of the way, let's move on to the really cool stuff, like RAM. To help us take full advantage of this platform, Micron sent over 12 96 gig sticks of DDR5 5600, which would give us a total of over a terabyte of memory, if we could install all of them. But unfortunately, due to limitations of this form factor, we're only going to be able to put 8 on it.
I don't care about that anymore.
Welcome back to our channel. Today, we are diving deep into the fascinating world of feline behavior. Have you ever wondered why cats are utterly terrified of cucumbers? It's a puzzling phenomenon that has left cat owners, experts, and even the cats themselves scratching their heads. Join us as we unravel the secrets behind this feline phobia, exploring the possible explanations, scientific theories, and hilarious reactions that have taken the internet by storm. Trust us, you won't want to miss this intriguing exploration. So, sit
Testimony
back, relax,
234.
and let's discover why our
Hi mate,
feline
nice
friends
streaming.
just
I
can't
noticed
handle the
something
sight
on
of
your
us.
channel
Nobody
that I think
know.
needs to be amended.
Before we start,
LD love to chat with you more about it on Discord.
like this video.
It would be a great opportunity to discuss the issue in more detail and to come up with a solution together. Would you be willing to chat with me on Discord? My username is ERI0679.
While it may seem amusing at first, there's actually a fascinating explanation behind this peculiar phobia. In this article, we will delve into the world of cats and cucumbers, exploring the possible reasons why cats are terrified of these seemingly innocuous objects. To understand this feline phobia, we must first explore the nature of cats themselves. Cats are known for their highly sensitive and alert nature. They are natural hunters, with instincts finely tuned to detect and respond to potential threats. This heightened sense of awareness is crucial for their survival in the wild, where they must constantly be on the lookout for potential predators. Cucumbers, on the other hand, are harmless vegetables that have no inherent danger to cats. So why do they trigger such a strong reaction? One theory suggests that it may be related to the instinctual response known as the startle reflex. When a cat encounters an unexpected object, especially one that appears suddenly behind it, their natural response is to startle and flee. This is an evolutionary adaptation that helps them avoid potential danger. The shape and color of cucumbers may play a role in triggering this startle response. Cucumbers are often long and green, resembling snakes in certain respects. Snakes are natural predators of cats, and their elongated bodies and slithering movements can evoke fear and a sense of threat in felines. It's possible that the sudden appearance of a cucumber triggers a similar response, as cats mistake it for a single predator. Another theory suggests that cats' fear of cucumbers may be linked to their association with negative experiences. In many of the viral videos capturing cats' reactions to cucumbers, the vegetables are placed behind or near the cats while they are eating or engaged in other activities. This sudden intrusion into their personal space is highly distressing and may create a lasting negative association with cucumbers. It's important to admit that not all cats exhibit this fear of cucumbers. Some cats may remain completely unfazed by the presence of the cucumber, while others may react with varying degrees of shock. This suggests that there may be individual differences in cats' responses to cucumbers, perhaps influenced by their past experiences or genetic predisposition. While it may be tempting to recreate the viral videos and see how your own pet reacts to a cucumber, it's essential to prioritize their well-being and emotional state. Purposefully startling or frightening your cat with a cucumber can cause unnecessary stress and anxiety. It's always best to provide a safe and calm environment for your feline companion, free from unnecessary disturbances. In conclusion, cats' fear of cucumbers is a fascinating topic that highlights the complex nature of feline behavior. While the exact reasons behind this phobia are not yet fully understood, theories suggest that it may be rooted in cats' innate survival instincts and negative association. As cat owners, it's important to respect our furry friends' boundaries and provide them with a safe and secure environment. So the next time you come across a cucumber in a cat, remember to approach with caution and empathy.
There has been a leak video of Jenna Ellis speaking to prosecutors in the Georgia election interference case, and apparently tapes of Georgia's investigators Jenna Ellis and Chief and bail bondsman Scott Hahn being released to the press. Now they give us some insight into the plans to overturn or just run out the results in the 2020 presidential election. And the Clinton County District Attorney is here this week, and we'll get to what Bonnie Willis thinks happened in regard to these tapes being released later in the segment. But before we do, it's important to get into what was seen in these tapes, what kind of testimony was given by the individuals featured in them. Now, the indictment accuses Trump and 18 co-defendants, including Rudy Giuliani and Mark Meadows, of a lie, staging conspiracy to steal the 2020 presidential election or overturn the results of the democratic process. Jenna Ellis was among the defendants, and as we all know, she pleaded guilty to lesser charges, meaning she has turned on Trump, and those lesser charges are aiding and abetting false statements and writings which used for her testimony. Now, in her conversation with the prosecutors, the day before she took the plea deal, she described a conversation with James Scavino, Trump's deputy chief of staff at the time. And she told prosecutors he was absolutely unfazed by her alleged view, that Trump was running out of options to challenge Joe Biden's presidential victory. Let's take a look.
He came to me and introduced me to him and said thank you for everything for the president, and I said thank you to him and discovery that I haven't been able to do that. I said to him I thought that the claims and the ability to challenge election results, especially for Georgia,
prosecutors, she was really pushing back. I believe that. But she went again, reiterating what she said there. She took the we statement from Dan Scavino to meet Trump, Scavino, Mark Meadows, and his other closest advisors. Ellis also told prosecutors that in her mind, the fact that Scavino offered the information immediately after she brought up the Supreme Court laws indicated to me that he was serious. And that was a furtherance of something that he had discussed with the boss. Now, Steve, who was Trump's counsel in the case, called the purported private conversation, as described by Ellis, absolutely meaningless. The only salient fact to this nonsense line of inquiry is that President Trump left the White House bogus, ridiculous evidence DA Willis is also relying on, it is one more reason that this political travesty of a case must be dismissed. Ellis also told prosecutors that she was asked to join a December 7th, 2020 conference call with Giuliani and two other Trump campaign officials as they talked legal strategy with several Republicans who were slated to serve as Trump's fake electors. Ellis said that she had not initially been privy to the fake elector plot and believed it had been shielded from me specifically, though she did not elaborate on why. Ellis said she became aware of the effort when she was added to a group text chain about the plan that included Giuliani, Boris Epstein, Mike Roman, and John Eastman. Former Trump lawyer Kenneth Cheesebro disclosed in his recorded statement that at a previously unrecorded White House meeting, he heard Trump election challenges in Arizona and said that she offered advice on assembling alternate slates of electors in key battleground states to cast ballots for Trump despite Biden's victories in those states. Jay, give me thoughts about her testimony.
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts about her. Trump's attorney basically says, well, so that means he's not guilty. No, it doesn't mean that at all. He only left after his trial failed. So now he's freaked out now. Why? He has a plan to do the fake electors, and then he's supposed to process the class certify these fake electors will be counted by the Republican legislators instead of the real ones, right? But it broke down several points. Eventually, also have Republican legislators across the country who said these obviously can't electors. So when that plot failed, then Trump was out of options. Although this is a rolling up of things, and even City Hall, after she flipped, said that they did discuss, and she thought they should have used the military to ground the military. So they discussed every potential option for it, too. And when they ran out of options because people were not going to support it, then he finally left. But then he said, no, I'm the real president. That brings us back to Cheesebro. So he did the fake electors. But even in his testimony, he was like, but I'm not with John Eastman. John Eastman's the crazy.
No, John Eastman, definitely crazy. But remember, in the indictment, co-conspirator 5 is Kenneth Cheesebro. Kenneth Cheesebro is the moron, the lawyer. He is a moron. He's the moron who had the documents where he specifically noted that the electors were fake and fraudulent electors. He's a moron. So,
So, but the reason I bring that up is this week in the East about it, is basically Cheesebro saying, well, we want to see him and he's a fake elector. I only had a small one. Eastman had the whole grand idea for where we actually overturned the results and we don't know what party we want. So, again, none of this is ever in a everyone the day before were saying we're amazing. Remember Jenna Ellis and Cynthia Powell were going to release the Kraken and they had all this secret evidence and they had the videos and they had everything, right? Back then, Nigel was like, yeah, these are the most reputable, greatest markers in America. Now they're all like,
which is what, Trump's, I guess, minded defensive and who was one of the campaign lawyers who had he didn't seem to despise her until she did flip and then keep playing defensive. That was, she was never there. She was never the campaign lawyer.
all the most honest people in the world until they all became incredible lawyers, right?
Yeah.
So but for independent sector, Max, how often this guy's fascist? He never wanted to leave. These were not people who wanted to organize that to do their good. He said, oh yeah, the boss didn't want to leave, but he didn't care about the law. He didn't care about anything.
Yeah. So let's get to Sidney Powell. Again, the same Sidney Powell who Trump now claims was not in fact one of his lawyers, which if you want to use attorney-client privilege as a form of defense or protection in this case, maybe don't go around saying she was never my lawyer, but okay, fine, you say never my lawyer, that's bitch combat. But everything else seems like they're doing right back.
But my favorite part is watching all these videos, of course, now that they're forced to play. Because they don't want to and they were trying to steal the election. Because remember, if they had actually stolen the election, right now, to be famous, powerful, and that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to lie and steal and cheat to get that power. And so they go,
Now, she also disclosed some details about the plot to basically break into the voting machines. That's a big part of this case as well. So let's take a look at that. Statistical anomalies, meaning votes for Biden as opposed to Donald Trump. I think that's what she's referring to there. Now, in discussing the conversations and meetings with Trump, Howell told prosecutors that she never heard Trump concede that he lost the election, even after being told by campaigns that instead, she said he was following instincts that he won.
So, look, now the Republicans have lost the thread so much, they're like, well, of course we don't already have it. But we have emotional truth. We don't have factual truth. But Donald Trump's thinking is more than he had one of them. And he was so sad,
prosecutors that she multiple advisors told Trump that he had in fact lost, and prosecutors pressed Howell over why the president followed her advice instead of the advice of the other advisors. And here's how she replied: "Because I didn't think he had lost a strong avenue pursuant to which, if I was right, he would remain president." So, of course, Trump is going to favor the lawyer who's telling him what he wants to hear because he didn't want to accept the fact that he lost the election. Now, finally, let's get to Taylor Willis because she is not happy about these tapes leaking to the public, and she has made a filing to the judge in this case, Judge Scott McGaffey, saying that the
roughly 600 million years ago, the world would have been a very peaceful place. This is the Ediacaran period. The land is barren and the ocean is dominated by a thick, rich, gooey mat of bacteria and other microbes growing on the ocean floor, occasionally broken up by some of the earliest known animals. These are simple, mostly soft-bodied, and often immobile things, never daring to venture beyond the nutrient-rich mat. For the most part, the creatures here seem to have left each other alone, getting all the nutrients they needed from the water or microbial mat below them. In fact, there may have been no big active predators at all, a scenario scientists have described as a kind of evolutionary Shangri-La after a fictional, peaceful paradise. But then, everything changed when some of the animals began to eat each other. Thanks to Brilliant for supporting this SciShow video. As a SciShow viewer, you can keep building your STEM skills with a 30-day free trial and 20% off an annual premium subscription at brilliant.org/SciShow. Earth's fossil record is full of predators like Tyrannosaurus rex or Megalodon. Even as far back as the Cambrian, we have predators like Anomalocaris. But the earliest truly complex animal ecosystems appeared in the Ediacaran, and during this time, big, obvious predators are distinctly missing from the fossil record. Part of this is certainly due to how simple animals were at the time. Some fossils, like Dickinsonia and Lorgia, and the fractal-shaped Rangiomorphs, don't even appear to have a mouth, possibly absorbing everything they needed directly through their skin. But that's raises the question of how we got from badly passive blobs to big.
Echo. Play my notifications.
One other notification. Amazon shopping. 2 months ago, you bought Roku luggage set on Amazon. How many stars would you rate it from 1 to 5?
4.
Thanks. Your rating will help other customers make better choices.
So you're looking for... So you're looking for a budget microphone option that looks somewhat professional, but also has quite a punch, has just about every feature that a potential gamer or streamer may want. Then you stumbled upon the right video, because today I am showing you the Toner TC310, which is in basically all-in-one microphone, condenser microphone. Honestly, I'm quite excited to get into this microphone. So, without further ado, let's look at what the potential microphone will do, and most importantly, what it sounds like for your $30 that you're going to use. Let's take a look. Here we are on the Toner website, $30, and this mic, it's a nice image there, super high res and high quality. And for what it's worth, I've seen mics this price that pretty much beat a lot of the mics that are more expensive. All right, so big 14mm diaphragm. This $30 microphone is 24-bit, so expect to get some clean, high fidelity audio out of this. Latest noise reduction technology. Okay, so has natural noise reduction built into it. We're going to see how that mitigates some of this HVAC and PC fan noise here in my room. You have, of course, 6 color options here, as well as dynamic mix color gradient, dynamic solid color gradient, and spectrum gradient. So there's about 6, 7, 8, 9 options for your RGB delight, right? So if you're an RGB head out there, then this is for you. If you hate RGB, click off the video and go throw your iPhone out the window. And all you have to do is press the button on the front, which is your RGB button, touch sensitive, and you can switch through these RGB modes. And you can hold the RGB button for a few seconds and it turns it off.
Well, it really is a sparkling day for football at one of the great venues in the world game, the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu in Madrid. My name is Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It's Real Madrid against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, I would say they're just about where I expected them to be. Another decent performance today, and they'll certainly fancy their chances of promotion.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Federico Valverde plays with Toni Kroos in the centre of the park. And beginning the game up front today, Karim Benzema. And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Marquinhos plays with Sergio. Brilliant save. And there it is! A goal! A I must say, much to the annoyance of the keeper. The ball is moving once more. How important will that opening goal prove to be? He went in so dangerously with that tackle. Now, the referee is the man everyone's looking at. He plays it short. Well, he has players waiting at the back post. Threat over for now, it seems. Well, spot on with that challenge. Messi! Can they cover up? Federico Valverde is with Vinicius Junior. Unable to keep the ball that time. Danilo Pereira. And that was a very fine read. Verratti. Vinicius. And sadly, quite a bit off target in the end.
I do like the little area of rubbery, so pretty good to be sliding.
Vitor Ferreira. Possession one. Opportunity it is. And the goal it is for Real Madrid. They are on a victory course. 2-0 here, and the ball is moving again. Can he get one back? Well, what a stop that was. Vinicius Junior. Giving the ball away. Vinicius Junior. Well, making high pressing work for them here. Vinicius. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him.
Out of box. I don't know what the quality is. I can play that to see what it sounds like, but this is the quality.
Oh, that was begging to be put home, but the goalkeeper has it. Not the pass he had in mind. Can he put it away? Vigorous defending. Oh, that is extraordinary. True athleticism to make contact in that fashion, and it's one of the finest goals you're ever likely to see. Simply stunning.
As you like. One right I have already with it.
Well, what a piece of skill this is. It had everything. Agility, technique and power. It's a great goal.
So back underway, the arithmetic having been altered by PSG.
Connection on the back.
Determined defending.
So this is me now talking about
Vinicius Junior being egged on by the crowd. And a goal!
Why the fuck don't you go to the ball?
Two in front. There it is, 3-1 the current scoreline here. He ran it well defensively. Hakimi. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Opportunity for them to get back into the game. A goal as they cut into their advantage. Still plenty of life in this match. Well, the game has been restarted. 3-2 here. The high press was on, and that's up, and still a chance. And the keeper hangs on at the second attempt.
Well, he's done really well, hasn't he? Great stop, and then the reaction.
Mbappe. And he stopped them in their tracks. Vinicius. Vinicius! And the keeper there to deal with it. Fired over by Kroos. Struggling to get it away. Well, no damage done. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Seemed to switch off for a moment, and now a throw-in. They're trying to get right into his face. Well, almost at the interval, and a story of PSG chasing the game. Stuart, what have you... I think most defenders would expect to be booked, halting an attack in that fashion. A short free kick this time. Poor pass.
Well, I think from other perspective,
Rodrigo.
Really good features, including being able to control the brightness of the RGB. Not RGB hits, I like RGB. So
well, he's lost it.
Feature, many different modes of RGB, so a lot to play with, customize for your...
Well, the electronic board showing one additional minute. Messi.
Dial, right? Spin the entire top of the microphone.
And that is half-time.
And it's kind of good for keeping your microphone looking low profile without having knobs, right? Multiple knobs sometimes on the microphone, so looks nice and clean.
Well, back underway with PSG looking to find an effective route back into the game.
Right like that. Plastic makes you feel a little bit on the cheaper side, but better than anybody in okay, plastic. Has a nice shot now, so shaking the best.
Verratti.
Okay.
Lionel Messi. Oh, in with a chance.
A little something.
And still danger here. Well, he stumped it out of there without much fuss. Big chance. And the keeper put to the test, but he comes through it.
Well, he's so sharp, isn't he? Great first save and then the recovery.
Kind of expecting it.
Karim Benzema. Excellent vision. It's a neat move. Real chance. And stopped there by Marquinhos. Now can they counter clinically? He's got the right idea with that pass. Terrific save.
Well, that's a top-class save. He read it so well.
I would say that it's probably
so the corner played into the box. Not the best clearance. But it looked so threatening, but the danger averted. Pressing high to win the ball. Shot attempted. And a goal! My goodness, they've changed the course of this game. Level now.
Could be as a condenser microphone. So putting a little lackluster on the high end on the base.
Well, I imagine there were many who had counted them out. This has been quite the fight back.
Perfect. But overall, for $30 for all the features you get.
Vinicius Junior. Oh, he looks threatening. Could be. Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. Course with the corner. Well, he failed to get it away properly. Danger averted for now. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Might go ahead, and the keeper's hand does the trick. Can they forge ahead from this corner kick? Let's see. They are committed to making the substitution here. Fired over by Messi, and the goalkeeper really exuding confidence.
Answer why this is not a
Toni Kroos.
So take a look at a number of different examples of what the
slipshod passing
looks like. It's changed throughout history. If we're going to go through examples from history,
and slipped through beautifully. It's in, and this really takes your breath away. A comeback and a half.
It's a wonderful locomotive, and actually the oldest.
Well, as you can see from the replay, it's the perfect through ball from Messi, and when he gets onto it, he decides to go for power. It's a really emphatic finish, which gives the keeper no chance.
Including this.
Action underway once more. A wake-up call for the Real players, maybe. Can they find a response now?
Saying, well, it's not a cow catcher. You've probably been wondering, then what is it? The technical term for all these things is called the pilot. This is the lead, the very front.
And Messi with teammates to play it to. And he might be through here. Well, a piece of quick thinking by the keeper.
Well, that's great goalkeeping. He read it so well, didn't he?
Sort of. You can see how well an angle is, different rates, and lots of intricate woodwork that's gone into actually forming.
Hakimi.
This type of pilot was common
Now with
on
Messi.
these earlier locomotives, and we still ran with one from Kim.
Verratti.
Back in this era,
Kimpembe.
a relatively new thing, and we were still working on expanding across all of the American West. It's not everything out there.
Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? And here he is, Lionel Messi. Well, fantastic reflex action from the goalkeeper. Substitution time it is here. Playing it in. Good pressure high up the pitch. Real Madrid having awarded the free kick.
It was not so much designed to catch the ball as
Modric.
to get it out of the way in an easy way. Things abruptly
Vinicius.
as locomotives change. So let's go take a look.
It needs an accurate cross.
Different pilots that are out there.
This could level it. Oh, but the keeper with an important save. How important is that?
Well, he should score from there. That's a wasted opportunity. He should beat the keeper from that sort of distance.
Can someone get on the end of this? Well, as a defender, that will sit you down to the ground. To be advised, giving the ball away in that position.
Surviving standard gauge rear grand steam locomotive, which we had such a rich and diverse history of steam locomotives, and they scrapped all of them but this one, which...
Well, he's going to be disappointed with that pass.
No,
Benzema.
the history of the rear grand. We shall see. But 683 is interesting because it still has
Here's Mbappe.
a contoured wooden beam pilot.
Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one.
In this case, it's significantly
Down by
shorter.
a goal.
And as
This
the
could be the
191,
final opportunity to snatch something.
PLC. Turns out the Colorado weather is absolutely hideous to locomotives and equipment.
Well, the final whistle is almost upon us. PSG would dearly love to hear it. Will they get the win here? Stuart, your thoughts on their performance?
Oh, Derek, what a chance this is.
And a goal! They lead by 2 now. And that allows them to breathe a bit more easily.
And the interesting thing with knuckles is that it really needed to be a lot shorter in order to mount the measurement course. And as such, the pilot had to get shorter as well.
Well, as you can see, this was always coming. They've been piling on the pressure. It's a well-deserved goal.
To our pilot beam,
The scoreline we see all that often, 5-3.
You're not going to pick up.
Well, they went strongly into the challenge, and the result is a throw-in.
You probably get the pilot somewhat underneath, and then you try to cover
There to take it away.
You're not catching any cows with this. But the terminology remains for those outside the industry.
And so into the final 5 minutes.
Watched on the tank engine. Somehow everyone heard the term cowcatcher just a bit. Since I've
They
been
might be
in
onto
10
something.
years now, I've never once heard someone
Could reduce the deficit. And in it goes. And you never know in this game. They might yet be able to level it. And I must say, I'd have to go back quite a few years to remember the last time I covered a game with a scoreline of 5-4.
With 191, we saw 1890.
No foul, PSG advantage.
Here's 1890.
Could be a chance to break here.
Now, 20 wouldn't have been built.
How about the cross? Well, it looked like open road for them, but up a dead end.
This is starting to be a lot more typical of what a lot of steam locomotives in the late 1890s, 1900s.
Good technique displayed. This could be it! And it is! He's done it! Surely a case of game over.
Made out of old boiler tubes and recycle everything they have on the railroad if they can. So when they're no longer good for a pressure vessel, they cut them out and make things out. Got a piece of angle iron all the way around the bottom.
And there's the final whistle, and we can confirm a victory for Paris Saint-Germain.
That are actually heavily cast members into the frame to tie everything in to our pilot beam. And you can see on 20 that 20 absolutely used hers several times over. You can see how many big dents and
bangs and how bent it is. 20 served a rather hard life on the Rio Grande Southern Railroad and got into a lot of shenanigans, as it were. Now, I will have to brag for my friends here. I didn't help with the restoration of the 20, but they did. They did everything in a beautiful detail to make her accurate to her 1940s appearance. One of those boiler tubes is new. Can you tell which one it is? No, you can't. That's right. The guys that did the restoration on 20 wanted her to be period accurate, so much so that they put a brand new boiler tube in and dented the heck out of it to make it look and match the rest of them. That guy right there. You didn't do it? Who did it? Oh, Dusty did it? Oh, okay.
2 in front!
The world famous Jeff Taylor. I was just bragging about your restoration.
Now, what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position?
You didn't fix the crowd until you did.
A goal as they cut into their advantage. Still plenty of life in this match.
Beat it to death, and then you kept the original.
Pressing high to win the ball. Shot attempted.
Actually getting flippings back to match photographs to insane detail. And maybe someday we'll bug Jeff to do a whole video about the 20 and explain all the shenanigans he went into. Maybe. And so now back to our intro locomotive, the Denver and Rio Grande Western number 491. 491's pilot is a very similar style to 20's. You can see, still boiler tube construction. We've got the angle iron and the bracing on the backside, with the addition of additional rock guards that go on the front. And you can see that 491, even having a relatively easy and short service life compared to 20, still has met her fair share of obstacles in the day. But again, 491's pilot, very steep. You're not going to be scooping up any cows with this thing. Now, how about we go take a look at that big express engine I was talking about, shall we? Now, on a large locomotive like CB&Q 5629, the biggest and heaviest steam locomotive we have here at the Colorado Railroad Museum, the pilot looks nothing like that cowcatcher we saw at the beginning of the video. The pilot is huge. It's absolutely covered and sheathed, designed to look a little bit streamlined. CB&Q 5629 was used for fast passenger service. It bears very little resemblance to that wedge-shaped cow nudger that we saw. Take a look at it from the side. Look at how vertical it is. This is not designed to ramp up and catch anything. It's designed things and shift them off to the side. And in fact, you can see places where it's been patched before, and as well places it's been dented. You can see that this thing definitely got used. If you're running 100 miles an hour pulling a fast passenger train and something's on the track, you're not exactly going to stop, just on a dime. And like with those other pilots we saw on the other locomotives, we have a big pilot beam right here, this time made out of steel, and behind it we have all of the critical engine components and suspension and truck components that help keep the train on the tracks. The whole point of these pilots is to make sure that nothing that gets underneath the wheels, nothing that would be big, heavy, solid enough to derail the train can get there or damage our cylinders. This is the biggest, most expensive, and complicated part to make on a steam locomotive. Other than jacking into the covers, That's all one giant piece fast. One piece. That's how there's very few places that still want to do castings of that style. So if you didn't find a way to protect it,
Check,
whether
check.
it's by a cowcatcher or a pilot, you're going to be out on serious cash. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed this look into
Hello.
cowcatchers and why we still are going to almost all of those cowcatchers outside of the ballet industry. But if you're in the industry, they're a pilot. So, hopefully you learned.
If you're in the industry, they're a pilot. See what happens then.
Hello, Internet. AMD 6900. XT. Yes. Right there. No one tampered with it. We're good. So the owner said, this one is artifact. Under low. So let's plug this in and see if it's artifacting. Under low. Yeah, you can see that little square switching over all over the screen. Yeah. Those are the ones. And if you notice how thin it is, temperature stat on the screen, is that the hotter it gets, the worse it becomes. So, I'm not gonna waste any more time. I gotta remote it. So I'll get that done, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, Mike.
Yo, hello, can you hear me?
What's poppin'?
I'm getting high.
Same, twin.
I'm playing on controller and keyboard at the same time.
Bro, you sound like Donald Trump. What the fuck?
Shut the fuck up! Don't. How dare you insult me like that?
Sorry. Do you like my name? Oh fuck, I'm dead. I don't have a gun. I'm dead. I don't have a gun. I'm actually dead. This sucks.
So I shouldn't come to you?
I don't have a gun. I'm dead.
Your girlfriend?
This sucks. That's why nobody loves me. That's why my mom hates me. I'm adopted. Oh my god.
Absolutely nothing changed. The exact same effect out the window. Yep.
So how old are you, man?
One last place I can look is the.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Select your S. We only have to take the cover. The board, not the whole thing. So that's good. So these three pads.
I'm covering you.
Solder is exactly like that. So these three pads. Solder them.
I'm 40. There's a llama down here.
Yeah.
Damn, is that how you
Oh my
Zoomers
God.
do it now? You fucking shoot it instead of shooting it with your axe?
Yeah.
Then we have an FDA and we have an SDL. Now it's gonna
So what do you do as a job, bro?
I'm a technician.
Oh shit, that's cool. Oh my god, I'm fucking stupid. So do you like your job? Yo, why am I yelling? What the fuck?
Some days.
We will plug this in to the motherboard. Run it by
What's your thought on black people?
We'll connect with that. This is just
There's no such thing.
And then I'll plug
Someone on me.
computer. And we're going to
I'm dead. I'm dead.
what's going on. Alright, so I'm guessing we're going to have two different controllers on the board. We're going to have to take this software tomorrow. So this one is XETE. The other one is probably Phoenix. So I don't know. Let's see.
I need help. There's a lot of people out here for some reason.
Status. And for this one,
I don't have mats. Dead?
it's been a while.
I'm dead.
How many stages does this operate? I don't think that's okay.
Damn, GG, bro.
Loop phase 12. Look active phase. Okay, so this was probably the effect. So loop 1 drives the effect, and then the loop 2 drives SSD. So that's exactly what we need actually. So let's run our market. And let's see if this guy complains about anything. That's just the full protection that we have activated on this thing. So far we don't have any issues. We're not gonna do anything with it. I want to see the status. And it looks like we are looking fine. It tells you how many amps each loop draw. So shows you all the voltages, in and out, indicate, like that. So I do not see any errors, any warnings. Everything is looking great. I don't think we have a problem with the power state. I'm gonna wonder if in duration for the 50 phases, only 8 are active for the GFX. My guess is we're using bubblers. So we're not using independently. That's probably true. Lazy indeed. Also, that are there. None of these here are in any particular fault. So, yeah, interesting. Well, no wonder we're getting errors. The threshold is disabled for the be out monitoring. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, see, looking at disable, switch to disable, so it's not even enabled to monitor voltage. Out for whatever reason. I don't really care. The bottom line is, we do not have any errors. And it seems
like the is working fine. So I'm gonna do this one with a dead core, unfortunately, and this guy's gonna go back to its owner, unfortunately, and as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing I can do about this one. So, oh well, what are you gonna do? With a death core. Wouldn't be the first one. I've seen these that's acting well, not exactly like that. There was one I received it was artifacting only while watching YouTube. Oh boy. It would be more interesting if it was artifacting only while watching TikTok. That would be perfect. One last test before I say goodbye. Doing your GPU is really flashing. Trying to just looking at the ball start screen, and yep, that is definitely a dead GPU. Sorry, brother. Let me know what you think. See you later. Bye.
Today, we're going to see how individually addressable.
What the heck are these things? And why are there 5 of them?
The goal was to prevent homeless from sleeping under this bridge. Instead, it backlashed with outrage from the town.
Armrests in the middle of benches to large rocks added underneath bridges. Homeless advocates call these designs hostile architecture or anti-homeless.
In London and Paris, you see spikes on windowsills. In DC, a curved bench.
Hostile architecture is when that city interferes with the architecture to try to keep homeless people away.
It's like the This looks like a metal covering for the subway vent, which is underneath it. At first I thought it was a bench, but you can really only sit on this corner of it. You'll notice that the top of this is incredibly uneven, and then there's these raised ridges which are on all 5 of them.
And what happens if you try to lay down? Is that impossible?
It's like the most uncomfortable thing I've ever experienced. This ridge right here is going into my spine, and that's on purpose, and this is called hostile architecture. The critics of hostile architecture say that usually these types of installations are cruel and unnecessary because they target the needy. And we're going to look at a whole bunch of examples of this. Subway benches that serve no purpose, a train station designed to make you go crazy, and several parks that look nice, but were designed to be so uncomfortable that you'll leave after 5 or 10 minutes, and they're all here in New York. Now, hostile or defensive architecture consists of public installations like this, which are designed to do one thing while preventing another thing. And this right here is a normal uncovered subway grate, and in the wintertime when it's cold out, someone with nowhere to go might want to use an area like this to help keep warm, because warm air comes out of here. And right now, New York City is experiencing record homelessness. And lately, both private developers and the city have been building all sorts of things like this, but they've got to be really sneaky about it, because when I found out what these were, it made me pretty uncomfortable to realize that they were specifically designed to stop people who have nothing from staying warm in the wintertime. Is that okay? And sometimes when cities build stuff like this, people find out and get really upset. And that's what happened 2 years ago when the city started introducing hostile architecture to the subway system. This 2013
53rd Street and 6th Avenue subway stop, and it looks like a normal subway station, but it was a site of big controversy when the city subway, the MTA, introduced hostile architecture to this station. A couple years ago, riders noticed that the benches in this very same platform were suddenly removed. And as you can imagine, people were not happy about that. Not only because of how cruel it might seem for certain individuals, but also because the elderly, people who are pregnant, there's other people that need benches in the subway too. And this was a quality of life bid for everybody on this platform. And the benches were originally along this wall, and look at what the replacement is. Is this even a replacement? I mean, you can lean on it. I guess this is better than leaning yourself against the wall, which makes you dirty. It has spots for 4 leaners. Now, there are 2 benches in this platform, which were put back after the city realized that their decision had outraged people. But even these have elements of hostile architecture in them. Look at these armrests. All you can do is sit here. You can't lay down. It's only like 2 feet wide. Its only purpose is for sitting. It is hostile to any other intended use. Look, you can't even be that wide in here. Some people even suggested the city had violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by removing the benches. And this is the first time the city had done something like this. Check this out. A year earlier, the city had removed all of the seat backs from the benches on a subway station just a couple blocks south of this one. The city claims that once they did that, they saw a reduction in the number of people loitering on the platform, along with an increase in the number of passengers who were on the platform waiting for trains. But by removing the seat backs from the benches that were already there, they did exactly what this is by creating something that's less functional and lowers average quality of use when they're in the subway. And I'm noticing that this is a trend because look at all the people standing with nowhere to sit. You see these concrete patches right here? There was something here. It was probably a bench. It looks to be about that wide. There's one other over here by the door, and there are no benches anywhere else. Just one more spot to lean right over there. And before we look at how the city is using these same type of designs at a brand new train station and a bunch of public parks, it's important to understand that this is exposing the dark side of this type of architecture because there might be benefits as far as the orderliness of the subway system is concerned, but New York City gets pretty cold in the wintertime, and the subway is a place where needy New Yorkers go when they have nowhere else to go so that they don't freeze. And yes, the city has shelters, but they have a rather poor reputation, and because of New York's asylum crisis, the shelter system's already maxed out. And since the shelters are perceived as being dangerous, it makes tons of sense that people would rather take their chances in a place like this, and removing subway benches doesn't do anything to make people less homeless. They're still homeless. Even if you remove the benches, they're still got nowhere to go. And most critics of these types of policies, they don't think subways do, but they don't really think it's fair to take from people who already have so little. And the city's subsequent removal of benches here and reinstallation of different benches, that basically let the city know that if they're gonna do stuff like this, they've got to be sneakier about it, and they have been, as we're about to see.
How'd I lose my teammate now?
Isn't that wild? This is a pretty impressive train station, but there are some serious problems with it that we'll get into. But first, it's important to understand that many aspects of this design and other hostile designs are nice. Nice to look at, not necessarily nice to use. But this is called the Moynihan Train, and it is the newest train station in New York City. Building it cost over $1 billion, and it was completed just a couple of years ago. It also has this gorgeous glass ceiling, which is a throwback to Penn Station's original design. Penn Station is where Madison Square Garden is. That's directly across the street. And this is what that used to look like. And as far as train stations go, this is pretty nice. Look, there's a full Walgreens in here. There's an eatery with a bunch of restaurants. The ticketing areas, everything here is gorgeous. But there's one glaring flaw. And no, it's not that fixing the expensive glass roof is something that takes a while and is hard to do. Look at the size of that cherry picker they got right there. Do you see the problem? There's no seats. And that's why every single person in this billion-dollar terminal is standing. And it's a train station. The only thing there is to do here is wait for things to happen. Not a seat in the whole place. Do you think they should put some benches in here so people have a place to sit? That's a great idea. It is, right? That is a great idea. Did you know they spent over $1 billion making this and they didn't put benches? Not a single bench. I mean, they have those lounges over there, but that's for people that have tickets. Yeah, you gotta pay. Yeah, like Spirit Airlines. Right. Oh, you want a seat? You gotta pay. Now, having no benches could be a ploy from these corporations to get you to go inside and spend money. And it seems to be working. There's a lot of people over here. But the lack of seating is a deliberately hostile choice. People just plop their stuff down on the floor. And if you're wondering why nobody's trying to sit on the floor, that's because security will find you and make you stand up. And to be fair, this old image of Penn Station, look, I see some seats down here at the bottom. So maybe there were more seats there than there are here in its reimagination. But, you know, the old station is mostly open space. And what that could mean is that open space is a great Spartan design for a public train station in New York City. And, you know, the way to answer that is to go across the street to the ugliest building in town, which is also a train station. Look at that, it's the same deal. 1 hour limit, and you gotta have a ticket to get into the waiting area. And everyone else in this beautiful piece of New York City architecture is standing or walking. I love the 1970s aluminum ceiling. The floor reminds me of my elementary school. And look at this, these are those crazy old school drop tile ceilings. Now this certainly isn't modern, new, or fancy by any stretch of the imagination, but it's eerily similar to what's across the street, because all this open space with no seats, that's hostile architecture. At least the new monitors are bright, but this is another design where absolutely nothing about it is meant to be comfortable. Luckily, there are seats inside some of the little restaurants over here, which you'll be paying for. And look at this, the wall is even roped off for some reason. Maybe it's because they've got this fancy tile and this artwork on it, and they don't want people who have nowhere to sit leaning on it. But back in 2020, loitering in this station and in Grand Central caused economic issues for small businesses that are here paying rent. And in addition to building things in a way that is not conducive to comfort in any manner, the city stepped up security. But unfortunately, this is a 24-hour facility, and those most negatively impacted by hostile architectural design and policing were those who needed a place when it was cold out. But New York doesn't just limit hostile architecture to the inside of buildings. Now it's on the outside as well. And no, I'm not talking about how they roped off all the steps at the post office so no one can sit here. Back in the day, you could climb the steps. There are doors over here, but now look, they got it all roped off. It's just here looking pretty. Very pretty. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about something way worse. This isn't really comfortable. I can't believe whoever designed this called this a bench and got away with it. It's actually like a barrier if you think about it. This is the Highline Park, and it's actually a park built upon an old railway track, which means many parts of it are skinny and narrow, but it's also very long. It goes like 15 blocks. There be some of the old train tracks right there underneath us, and I'm guessing that these barrier benches serve to move the flow of traffic down the park. And I guess they don't want big groups inside these little triangle areas. Oh, look. Another awkward place to sit. I feel like I'm a little close to the traffic here. And this is what happens if you try to lay down on it. Look, my shoulders and arms are falling off the side. What a bizarre way to construct something. There's no way you're going to sit on a bench like this for very long. Maybe just long enough to eat a sweet green salad. And look at this geometric nightmare right here. I bet people were getting hurt on this thing. That's why they had to rope it off. You can see that these two benches are basically here to tell this traffic to go this way and to have this traffic come this way. Only someone with a college degree could have come up with this. I know, because I have a degree. Now, in spite of how this entire section of the park is textbook hostile architecture, that changes in this area that opens up, because over here, we've got what seems to be an actual seat, which is definitely better than the awkward bench, and I'm pretty sure the designers of this park envisioned it as an urban pathway that leads north to south along Manhattan's west side, with some areas being akin to a nature walk, and others doubling as observation points. Isn't that cool? You can look down here, see the street, take in the views. It's definitely a beautiful park. If you're ever around here, you should come out here and walk on it, and sit on it, and from time to time, they will put in very bizarre art installations, like this pink tree, which probably symbolizes something. Also of note, this is a private park, and it does close at a certain point. So it's not like Central Park, where you should expect to be able to go in and leave at any point you want. Check out these hostile bleachers. Maybe it's modern, maybe it's futuristic, but and there's about as much legroom here as Spirit Airlines will give you. I don't think you could stay here for a very long period of time. And maybe that's the point. But what if a group of people went to a place that was filled with hostile architecture here in New York and tried to stay there? What would happen? That's what we're going to go find out. Welcome to Sukati Park, the most hostile hostile piece of architecture we're going to see today. So today I'm doing hostile architecture like this, right? And I think this is the most cruel park in New York because this granite gets so cold just sitting on it. It made me freeze my butt off. And look at how high the ridges are sticking up out of this thing. These granite tables are equally cruel and unforgiving. And look at all these nightmarish angles with like the way that this plant is. The whole thing is like designed for crowd control. But back in 2011, this park was the site of the Occupy Wall Street movement where protesters camped out in this park for about a month. See this image right here with that red bar behind that guy? That was taken right over here. And let's go through their message, not even determination to stay in this place for more than 15 minutes. I mean, it is just a barren landscape. And yes, there are trees, but look at their position. They're only designed to eliminate crowds of people between these benches, these trees, and these weird plant boxes right here. It's tough to have like a mass gathering. And look at this little ridge that just kind of winds along here and goes up into the stairs. The whole thing is just, whoever built it wanted it to be here, and they wanted it to be looked at, and that's about it. Also, the protesters weren't here during the summer either. They were here from mid-October until about the end of November. It gets cold at night here in New York. Now, yes, the Occupy Wall Street movement have significant support. There were a lot of people who donated and helped people that were here stay here as long as they could with things like sleeping bags and food. There was even a library. There was Wi-Fi here in the park. I'm sure there were bathrooms too because I don't see any. Now, since 2011, the same type of mass takeover of this park hasn't happened before. And I guess these awful benches, I guess they do deter, but is that really how we want to build things? Should we build things in New York in a way that maybe doesn't lower everyone's standard of living all at the exact same time? Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
There are a number of stories told about the Library of Alexandria that I don't think are necessarily reliable. There is a story of how it acquired books and how it got books. You know, they would, every time a ship would dock at Alexandria, they would take the books off the ship and copy them and put copies back to the ship. I am skeptical that actually happened. There's also a story that they tricked the Greeks into giving them all the copies of all the great Athenian dramatists. Again, I'm skeptical of that story. I'm skeptical of the story that claims that the library included hundreds of thousands of volumes. That's just absurd. And I have reasons for thinking that, but I don't want to derail the video talking about, going into all of that. What I want to talk about in this video is the most egregious, the biggest, the most famous one, the one that everyone's heard about, which is that a villain came along at some point and destroyed the library. There are three villains that this act is attributed to. According to one version of the story, and by this I mean modern-day tellings of the history of the library, there are three different modern versions of the destruction of the library. One of those says that Julius Caesar did it in 48 BC, accidentally in the course of a battle. Another story says the Christians did it in 391. And then the third is that the Muslims did it when they conquered Egypt in 641. None of those are true because the Library of Alexandria did not actually come to a dramatic end at a single point in time at the hands of a single nefarious actor. That's not what happened. But first of all, I want to clarify there were two different libraries, and this is where some confusion happens because in the popular version of the myth, those two libraries are kind of mashed together. But actually there were two separate libraries. The first one was at the museum. Museums in the ancient world were temples dedicated to the 9 muses of Greek mythology. They were places of worship, so different from how a modern museum is. There was this big museum that was built in Alexandria in the early days of the Ptolemaic dynasty, and it housed within it a library. And that was not unusual. That was common for temples in the ancient world to include a library, a collection of books. But this one became very famous because it had a reputation for being large, at least in retrospect. Like later authors, hundreds of years later, would talk about, oh, the library back then was really big. It's probably worth noting that we don't have any contemporary sources talking about the library in its heyday. all of our information about the library comes from later authors, from hundreds of years later, talking about it in retrospect. And there's probably a little bit of like a golden age nostalgia thing going on in the way they talk about it sometimes. But anyway, in the 3rd century BC, the museum was founded, and it included a library as part of the museum temple complex. Now that was back in the Ptolemaic dynasty, in the aftermath of the conquest of Alexander the Great. And the museum lasted for several centuries, and it came to an end in the Roman period. And then there was a second library, which was housed at a different temple called the Serapeum. The Serapeum was a temple dedicated to the god Serapis. And that's from the later Roman period. Now, there are some things about the story that are true. It is true that there was a library at the museum. It is true that it was founded in the 3rd century BC, at least probably true. I mean, there's been some questioning of that in the literature recently, but probably 3rd century BC. It is true that it accommodated scholars, and these scholars had come in from different areas of the Hellenistic world. It's true that they did science and literature. Well, at least we think so. I mean, we don't have any direct evidence of that, but we know that there were intellectuals working in Alexandria in the 3rd century BC. It seems reasonable that they would have been at the library there. And so that's the closest we get to the myth of this wonderful institution, this sort of research institute with this, library collection and people doing science together. That was 3rd century BC. If you read about the Library of Alexandria in a modern work, like a modern article or something, it'll often name scientists and literary figures that were working there at the time. But all these example figures that they give are people who lived in the 3rd century BC, or perhaps early 2nd century BC. And there's a reason why those names are always from that time period. That's when the Library of Alexandria was actually really active and important. When you get into the mid to late 2nd century BC, things take a turn for the worse. And we don't have direct evidence of this about the library itself. We have no archaeological information, or virtually none. The site of the museum has not been excavated. And literary references to the library are very rare. We have just a few mentions in various sources, usually just mentions in passing when we're talking about something else. So we have extremely limited information to go on. But we do know some things that were happening in Alexandria and in Egypt in the 2nd century BC, because we know about the general political history of the Ptolemies. And we know that during the course of the 2nd century, the situation in Egypt got appreciably worse compared to the 3rd century. Back in the 3rd century BC, Egypt was prosperous, the Ptolemaic Empire was stable and powerful, and that's the period in which the main patronage of the library took place. And all the stories, by the way, that talk about the library always talk about it in that time period. Talk about the library under Ptolemy II or Ptolemy III. Those are both 3rd century rulers. But getting into the 2nd century, the Ptolemaic Empire contracted. It lost territory. There were sometimes invasions by the Seleucids, and of course the Ptolemies and the Seleucids would fight wars with each other, and Seleucids sometimes their troops would reach the Nile Delta. There were riots in Alexandria from time to time. There were civil wars in the country. And Alexandria became a much less inviting place for scholars to go to work in. Probably the most dramatic event from this time period, there was a civil war, and one side of the civil war was Ptolemy VIII. Well, he came in and he regained control of Alexandria and then implemented reprisals against his political opponents there, including a lot of philosophers who had been supporters of his opponent in the Civil War. In the course of these reprisals, some of the philosophers in the city lost their lives, others left the city. And there were other places for scholars to go. Sometimes in the modern myth about the Library of Alexandria, there's this implied idea that Alexandria's library was the library, the only library that contained all the world's information, and there was no other library anywhere else. That's not true. There were libraries all over the Hellenistic world. There were other places for scholars to go and do the thing that they had been doing at the museum. There were Hellenistic rulers all over that would gladly be patrons of philosophers and literary figures. And so instead of going to Alexandria, they went to Greece or Asia Minor. The most notable of these locations was Pergamum, which is in Asia Minor, and it was for a long time an intellectual rival of Alexandria. It had its own library, it had its own set of scholars that did work there. That doesn't mean the museum ceased to function or the library ceased to function. They continued on throughout that period, and they still had people working there and presumably, doing something, I don't know, studying poetry or something. But they would have been, more like local talent, not big names on the international scene. And there's something worth noting here, and that is the realistic lifespan of the papyrus roll. There have been papyrus documents found in Egypt that date back hundreds, even thousands of years. But those papyrus documents were found in very dry conditions. But Alexandria is not a dry place, it's humid. And so the books that were stored there, in the library there, would not have survived for centuries and centuries. They would have decayed and fallen apart much more quickly, probably within a century or so. And that's something to keep in mind when talking about the destruction of the library. Sometimes the destruction of the library is like it was created in the 2nd century BC and then it was destroyed in the 4th century AD. That's, 600 years? Or it was destroyed by the Muslims, it'd be 900 years? None of the books that were put into the library in the 3rd century BC would have lasted that long. There would have to be other books. And that requires constant maintenance. Having the staff on hand to do all the copying and maintain that collection over a period of centuries, constantly recopying century after century after century. And it presumes that the library was a stable and functioning and well-funded institution all through those centuries, which it wasn't necessarily the case. I mentioned Ptolemy VIII going in and wreaking havoc with the scholarly community in Alexandria. That was not an isolated case. There were other cases of that sort of thing happening. So by the time we get to Caesar in 48 BC, the library was very likely smaller than it had been in the 3rd century BC. Now Caesar was fighting in a battle, he set fire to some Egyptian ships, that fire spread onto the land and affected some buildings on the land. We don't know which buildings or to what extent that fire spread. But depending on how we interpret the sources, the fire either affected the library at the museum, or it burned some other books elsewhere in the city. I'm inclined to think, after looking at the sources, that the fire affected the library directly and destroyed some of the books. But there are historians who take both positions on that. But there's one aspect of this I want to call attention to. Two of the sources that we have about Caesar's fire say that he destroyed the entire library. And those are both 2nd century sources, so they're roughly 200 years after the event. One is Plutarch at the beginning of the century and Gellius at the end of the century. Again, this is 2nd century AD, so 100s AD. Now, neither of those are especially reliable historical sources. We kind of have to take whatever they say with regard to historical events with a grain of salt, but they are both indications of how, an educated layperson in the 2nd century would see things. And the fact that both of them say that the Great Library of Alexandria was destroyed, and they say Julius Caesar did it, but the fact that they were able to say that the library was destroyed in the 1st century BC indicates that it was not a ridiculous thing for someone to say in the 2nd century AD. In other words, people in the 2nd century AD evidently did not think of the Great Library of Alexandria as something that was contemporaneous with them. They saw it as something in the past. So the picture that forms in my mind is that the library was created in the 3rd century BC, and it was kind of that idealized version, or at least the closest we come to the idealized version of the Library of Alexandria, existed then, but it went through a period of decline in the later Ptolemaic period, and then Julius Caesar's fire either did not affect the library or it affected it, but either way, the library was already a shadow of its old self. And then it basically ceased to exist in the form, in like the mythological form of it, that legendary form of it. It ceased to exist by the time you get to the 1st century, 2nd century AD. Now, we see an indication of this with Strabo. Strabo was a geographer who lived in the late 1st century BC and early 1st century AD. In other words, around the time of Christ. But he wrote geographical work. And in this work, there's one point in the work where he is talking about Eratosthenes, and he says he has read many historical treatises, meaning Eratosthenes has, with which he was well supplied if he had a library as large as Hipparchus says it was. So here, Strabo is basically saying that back in Eratosthenes' time, the library was very large. So, and he was in Alexandria at the end of the 1st century BC, 2 or 3 decades after Julius Caesar's fire. And he describes the museum, but he doesn't mention the library of the museum, which is not necessarily a significant thing. Oh, actually, I guess it is significant if the library really had still been a big deal in the 1st century. But that just, for me, that Strabo quote really reinforces this sequence of events. From Strabo's point of view, at the end of the actually not the end of the Ptolemaic period. Ptolemaic period is over now, the very beginning of Roman Egypt. From his point of view, the Library of Alexandria was something that existed in the past. The Library of Alexandria of legend, I should say. There were still libraries in Alexandria, as there were still libraries elsewhere in the Roman world. But this idea of this enormous library, with all of the scholarship happening there, was something that was in the past from Strabo's point of view. So, at that point, you can't talk about a great library of Alexandria after that. You can't talk about the Christians and the Muslims destroying a great library of Alexandria. It was already gone before you get to the end of the 1st century BC. But do we blame Julius Caesar then? Is it Julius Caesar's fault the great library was destroyed? I don't think so, because it was already in decline before Julius Caesar came along. And I should note, there was still a library after. Like, we have mentions in the historical record of a library existing in Alexandria in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd centuries AD. So, it's not like a library ceased to exist in Alexandria. The best you could say, I guess, depending on how you put it, is that Julius Caesar reduced the size of the collection. But it wasn't, even at his time, it wasn't the big grand thing of legend. Now, I mentioned there were 2 libraries in Alexandria. There was the Museum Library, which was founded by the Ptolemies, and then there was the Serapeum Library, which was in a different part of the city at a different temple. Now, the Museum Library continued on for a while. We don't know exactly when it ended. We know when the museum, as a physical object, as a physical complex, went in. That was when Aurelian sacked Alexandria in 272, at the end of the 3rd century crisis. The museum and the rest of the palace complex in that part of the town was all razed to the ground. We don't know what happened to the books that were at the museum, assuming there were still books in the museum at the time. We just don't know. Because by that time, in the 3rd century, the museum was no longer considered the Great Library. Like I said, it wasn't considered a Great Library even hundreds of years before that. But the main library, or the most prestigious library in the city, was now held at the Serapeum. And the Serapeum was also a very old cultic site. It had been a temple also founded by the Ptolemies. But that old Ptolemaic temple to Serapis had burned in 181, and then the Romans rebuilt the temple on a grander scale. And it was that temple that housed the books that are referred to as the Library of Alexandria in stories about the Christians/Muslims destroying the Great Library of Alexandria. That's referring to the Serapeum Library. But the Serapeum Library was not the Great Library in the sense that the legends would have us believe. Like, they did not have, as far as I know, I mean, there's still a lot for me to read about the Serapeum. Based on what I've read so far, it did not have a coterie of scholars paid for by the government doing science and philosophy. It did not have an enormous library, of, world-renowned library. It definitely did not contain all the world's knowledge in its library. It was just your standard temple library that any pagan temple would have. And the Serapeum was a very large temple. By the end of the 4th century, it was the main pagan temple in town. So yeah, it probably had the largest library in the city, but that's not to say it was the great library of legend. It was simply a temple library. So when the Christians destroyed the Serapeum in 291, they were not destroying the Library of Alexandria of legend. We don't even know if they were destroying the library that happened to be housed at the Serapeum. The accounts of the destruction of the Serapeum, we have several sources about it. Some of them are pretty detailed, but none of them mention books. They always talk about how the cult statue of Serapis was destroyed. They talk about other events going on surrounding that whole situation of the destruction of the temple, but they don't mention any books being there. They don't mention a library being destroyed. And it might not even be the case that books were destroyed, even if books were housed there. The temple complex was this plaza, and then there was not in the middle, but kind of in the middle, there was the actual structure that was the Temple of Serapis. And then there were a couple of other structures in the middle of the plaza. And then around the edge of the plaza was a colonnade, or a double colonnade. And then there were little rooms off the colonnade, and that's where the books were held. And the books were held in wooden chests, because we're not in the time of papyrus rolls anymore, like back in the time of the Ptolemies. Now books are in the form of codices, a codex, which opens like this, like a book, like, our modern books are codices. So there, that was how the library was arranged. It wasn't like shelves and shelves, and the Christian mob just went in and burned all the books, all the scrolls, whatever. That's not what happened. They went in and attacked the temple itself, but the plaza was left intact, and I believe the colonnade was left intact too. Now, they may have gone into those rooms and opened up the chests and destroyed the books that were inside. But there's no mention of that in the sources. Maybe the Christians destroyed the books, maybe the Christians took the books and kept them, maybe they distributed them to churches, maybe they sold them on the open market. We don't know what happened to those books. I mentioned there were 3 villains of the story. Depending on what version of the story you hear, either Julius Caesar did it, or the Christians did it, or the Muslims did it. You can probably guess what I think of the claim that the Muslims destroyed the Library of Alexandria, but I'm not going to talk about that here in this video. If you want to hear more about that, check out Al-Muqaddima's video. He talks all about that. The link is up there in the description below. Now, with regard to the legend, and the legendary destruction of the library, I want to leave you with 3 points. First of all, the end of the Library of Alexandria did not cause a dark age, obviously, because if it ended before even the time of Julius Caesar, then there was, there's no connection between those two. Secondly, the Library of Alexandria was not the only library in the world. There were other libraries in the Greco-Roman world. So destroying that one library is not going to, by itself, cause a cataclysmic loss in human knowledge. Number 3, historical processes usually have complex causes. It's not common for a single historical event, such as the destruction of
Someone's
a
getting
library,
revived,
for example, for that to have enormous repercussions that would reverberate through centuries of history. Usually, big changes, big historical changes, such as shifts in knowledge, shifts in worldview, shifts in religion, things like that, are not caused by a single thing. They're caused by lots of different factors. Don't forget to check out Al-Muqaddima's video. Thanks for watching. Hello, Internet.
good. So the owner said, this one is artifacting. Under load. So let's plug this in and see if it's artifacting. Under load. Yeah, you can see like little squares glitching over all over the screen. Yeah. Those are the ones. And you notice how can you notice? I don't have the temperature stats on the screen. Is that the hotter it gets, the worse it becomes. So, I'm gonna wait some more time. And that was wonderful. So I'll get that done. And now we're back.
Today, we're going to see how individually addressable
It's not often that there'll be a situation where an internet content creator gets accused of doing horrible, ignorant, sketchy garbage, and you're caught off guard by it. Most of the time, the stories play out with people you expect to be the likely suspect, like Logan Paul. You know, when you hear that he's scamming his audience with CryptoZoo and not repaying them, you're like, you know what, that sounds about par for the course. That sounds about right. Of course, there are those rare times where it really comes out of nowhere, you know, but it's never going to be something super shocking like Mr. Rogers just got revived from the dead and now he's beating children at a local elementary school or anything. But today, that's kind of how it feels, because a YouTuber that I really respected for a long time was just accused of some pretty awful things in regards to how they handle their charity organization for the last 9 years, and there's a lot of evidence about this that has been put out there to the public now. So the situation is a YouTuber named The Completionist, who's been around for a very long time, whose content I am very familiar with, has just been put in the center of a huge controversy after an investigation was conducted by two other YouTubers whom I have a lot of love and respect for, Mudahar, Some Ordinary Gamers, and Carl Joss. The two of them decided to team up like a beautiful buddy cop movie, forming the goddamn Avengers here, and they decided to dig into the financial reports that are publicly available for the charity that is Foundation. It started when his mother tragically passed away from dementia, and for the last 9 years, he's gathering money to give to causes that will help him battle against dementia. So what Carl and me have found is that over the course of the last 9 years since it existed, they haven't donated a single ticket from any of their fundraising to any cause whatsoever. All of that money is still, well, most of that money is still sitting in the bank account for that charity. And despite this, over the last 9 years, they continue to raise money while telling the audience that's giving them the money that it's all being donated to being helped to fight against dementia. Even though the reality is none of that money has been sent anywhere. It is still in that account. Aside from some operating expenses that they've incurred, which they don't specify anything on, which is extremely fishy, and there's just so many things about this that have raised the alarm for many people internally here who have reviewed everything that Mudahar and elsewhere. It's just there's a ton of red flags, and they even do talk to the Completionist directly during the videos. They
Take that half
and he also recognizes the problem. He admits to the problem. He can see how bad it all is, though I will say that his explanations for why it's in the state that it's in and what's happening here with this situation aren't very good. I don't think he does a great job of presenting this in any way that makes any real sense. So the whole thing is extremely unfortunate. Now, he hasn't made a full official public statement yet aside from these interviews, but it's not looking very good. There's really not a whole lot of wiggle room for this just to be classified as like, you know, digging up dirt and drama on nothing, making a mountain out of a molehill. No, this is like pretty watertight evidence that they presented, and even the person at like the helm of it, the Completionist,
recognizes that, yeah, it's a huge problem, it's bad. So, I'll boil this down for a lot of people that may have just seen, like, a bit of what's going on Twitter. So, Mudahar and Carl, they work together to investigate a YouTuber completionist and his charity foundation called the Open Hand Foundation. And basically, since it's a charity foundation, they're so basically what money comes in and what money goes out, like, to charitable causes. Basically, they're a middleman. They take in donations to the charity, that is, and it's all under the pretense that it's going to be donated to a benefactor that's going to fight against dementia, like come up with treatments, a cure, anything to combat that. Mudahar and Carl decided to dig through their financials because again, all of that's public. And what they found is since 2014, they haven't donated a single penny to any causes, anything at all. All of that money, like $600,000, is still just sitting there, despite doing these charity fundraisers yearly and telling people where, you know, like the money's going here and there and it's being used to help people, this and that. Meanwhile, it has just been sitting in an account. And they interviewed him, and he also recognized, like, this is a problem. And there were a couple things he said that really didn't sit right with me, but he kind of made it seem like he was all of this. So he'd be like, you know, maybe if I have to just misleading people with a charity's purpose and what it's been doing.
He's coming over.
These years,
He's coming over top. He's coming over top.
Very, very it's not just like a frivolous internet drama. So that's kind of the situation in a nutshell. He hasn't come forward with like a full statement on his own outside of the interview they did, where he does own up to all of it, though he says it's not on purpose. He's just made under the assumption that the money is being donated for the other things, it's just been sitting stagnant.